we go. Oh no, they don't fit.
Where are they going?
I'm just gonna make my ring and then sit them in it.
Could you do something like that?
Oh my god, you're a genius.
Does that work?
I think it's gonna work.
And then it's got something to stand on.
And then, yeah, the leaves are poking out the bottom as well. That's not so much of an issue. It's a bit more stable. Oh, yeah.
Like me.
Hey! Like red dinner candles. Let's hope they fit. What I might have to do. But I'm afraid of fire. I need your help with that.
Set fire to everything.
They're all majorly on the wonk. This one goes in the middle.
You're going to go foraging for materials.
Well, yes, eventually. When I have the spoons for that. So when you say melt the bottom,
You just put, yeah, just
like
a little bit, just to soften it and then add some.
okay,
But I would hope that up there.
okay.
Don't want the lighter.
Oh my god, it worked. I should have started with the ones further away.
You can, when you rotate it. That's why, okay. Fair enough.
Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh. So we can't figure out the tripod, so an excellent start to Vlogmas. How did you do that?
I think.
You just
Yeah,
pull?
you just pull it. I think it just needed it was a bit stiff to start with.
Thank you.
Otherwise-
I'll return to my aesthetic videography. Moment of truth. Should I? Oh, that was good. Well, start as you mean to go on.
That looked not good.
I mean, it was from the pound shop. What should I expect? There we go. We're finally burning. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's the 1st of December, and this year I am trying is the key word there, to do Vlogmas. Now, I have a disability called ME, which means that I live with chronic fatigue, chronic pain, and a whole host of other exciting symptoms. So this is possibly a really stupid idea. But then part of the reason I wanted to do it is partly to show the reality of living with a condition like mine. And I think sometimes I myself am guilty of it, in that I only share the bits of my life that I want you to see. Of course I do. But then I don't know whether that necessarily is a good representation of, firstly, what my life is like, but also what living with a chronic illness is like. And so sometimes I do feel like I should do more advocacy, I think is the word I'm looking for, that I should be a better chronically ill online person and talk more about the struggles I face and raise awareness and all that stuff. Now, the reason why I've been reluctant to do it ever before is because I'm not really a lifestyle channel or whatever they're called. I am a crafting channel, primarily knitting, previously sewing. Had to do a lot less sewing in recent years as a result of my disability, and so I don't really want the focus to necessarily just be on like my life. So it's I don't really know how this is going to go, but there is going to be a crafting focus. I have some fun projects lined up that I want to try and do. That will, of course, be dependent on my health, as is everything in my life. So, as is life, you know, not just for me, for everybody. Everything in life is only dependent on good health. So, I'm hoping that might be fun, and we can have like a little Christmassy, craftmassy time together. But the plans I had for today were to make an Advent wreath. So I am half German. I've mentioned this before. It's no surprise. My real name is Claudia. Claude is like my nickname and Anglicanization. So we always celebrated Advent in my house growing up, and Christmas is one of the times of the year when I feel most connected to my Germanness, because all the traditions we celebrated at home were usually the German tradition. If you don't know, it's tradition, or at least it was tradition for my family, to make an Advent wreath. Now this is usually a bit like a wreath you would hang on your front door, but it's got candles in, and so every Sunday of Advent you light a candle. It probably represents something religious that I don't know about, but there you go. And I had wanted to make an Advent wreath, and I'd wanted to take you out on a cosy little walk with my dog and my wheelchair, and see a little bit of the countryside, and go and forage some holly and some ivy and all those things and evergreens that you put into a Christmas wreath, an Advent wreath. But it's chucking it down with rain, and also I haven't slept all night. So the reality is you're getting a very different video than I first imagined. And I very nearly sacked this off altogether and was like, I'm not well, I can't do what I wanted, there's no point doing it. But that's not really the point of daily vlogging, and that goes against this idea of showing the reality of what it's like to live with a disability. I have set up my Advent wreath, minus foliage, so it's just candles and a wire frame currently, and I've lit my candles and I've done my little thing, and now I'm off to have a bath and hopefully ease some of the stiffness and pain that I'm experiencing today as a result of overdoing it. Maybe we might get something a bit more Christmassy happening later on.
It's a good thing you made him this coat because the weather's bad.
So, I haven't done anything. Well, that's not true. I have spent a long time getting my stash busting video ready. So that has gone to Ko-fi members now, and that will be day 2's Vlogmas episode, I guess. Because as much as I'm trying really hard to do as much daily vlogging as possible, I also know that like it's me, it's unlikely to happen, and so I do still want to keep up with my regular content as well, particularly because I have no idea how this is going to go and whether anybody's going to watch it or enjoy it. So I do need some of my like regular scheduled programming to fall back on. So yes, it's 5:15, it's pitch black. I'm not sure, I want to get this video out today, so I don't know how late to leave it really. I might have to call this one now and then to publish it today, and then sort of catch up with myself tomorrow. To be fair, this is always like my worst time of day, is sort of like 3 till 5. I get a real energy lull, and the fatigue just hits me and the brain fog just hits me, and then I tend to get a second wind in the evening. So we'll see. But I can't do anything else. Really what I want to do is go and sit on the sofa and watch some YouTube and knit. So do you want to come and join me with that for a bit? Yeah? Although that does mean I've got to find my knitting. Success. Fucking hell, I can't find the buttons. They must be here somewhere. Oh, ah!
I'm gonna get right to it.
Shush. I used to be the sort of person that thought that only psychopaths watched YouTube on their TV. I thought, like, that's weird. YouTube is a small screen thing. I'm converted. Yeah, I want to watch it in like 50 inches, turns out. I want to watch Roxanne Richardson answer my burning knitting questions in 4K. I'm never normally one for dedicated seasonal projects, and that's usually because I can't get myself organised in time to actually be knitting a winter project in winter. However, at the end of October, I had 2 weeks in bed where I couldn't do anything other than dream about all the projects I hoped to knit. And so I was actually able to use that time to gather all the supplies and find a pattern and everything, so that this winter we are doing a seasonal winter vintage knitting project, and I'm really excited. So the pattern I've chosen, well, first of all, the criteria. Obviously, it has to be vintage because that's my style. Now, unfortunately, vintage knitting patterns are usually thinner yarn weights, lighter yarn weights. So usually 3-ply, sometimes 4-ply, but also often 2-ply, so very fine. And when you were knitting at that smaller gauge, they take forever. So there was just no hope that it would be finished for me within this winter period. So I knew I needed to look for something that was a heavier weight, double knit or heavier. So that puts you almost quite squarely in the ski knitwear category. And that's okay, there's lots of wonderful designs. I've seen some that I absolutely love, but most of them involve Fair Isle stranded colour work. And that goes against it's got to be quicker if I actually want to finish it in time to wear it this winter. So I was looking for something that was vintage, double knit, and that I could realistically finish, hopefully before the end of December. Now, I looked through my own personal vintage knitting pattern collection, but I didn't find any, just because, for obvious reasons, ski knitwear in the 1930s and 40s, not as popular in Britain. And I found some 50s examples, but they tend to have a circular yoke and be sort of in that Icelandic style. And I know that circular yoke tops do not suit me because I have very square shoulders. But I finally found something that I think is going to work. And it is, amazingly, a free pattern. I love it when this happens. So it's from Subversive Femme. So Bex and Subversive Femme are big names in the vintage knitting world. She has an Etsy shop, she has her own website, and she does this thing every year called Curvy Month. And so these are all vintage knitting patterns that are not a 34-inch bust. So the one that I found is 37 to 38, which should still fit me. If anything, it would fit me better than a 34-inch one. And it is a ski jumper, but I'm gonna have to, you won't be able to see. I'll put it there. And so this pattern, it ticks all the boxes in that there's no colour work or tricky techniques. It is knit in stocking stitch. It is double knit weight yarn, perfect, or possibly even heavier. We might have to do a little bit of gauge playing there. The original yarn was Patton's Sea Urchin, and I haven't been able to find any information on that. And it's from the 1930s and it's got this military-esque styling, sort of like a nutcracker. And I just really enjoy that for Christmas. I think it's a subtle nod to the festive season whilst still working through the rest of the year. And its construction is a lot of the things I like. It's got satin sleeves, it's knit separately. So I'm really excited to give it a try. Now, I have bought some yarn. And yes, we'll come on to coupons and rationing and stash busting in a minute. But first of all, partly what appealed to me about this is the fact that the yarn is flecked with white. So it's sort of got like a candy cane kind of feel, but it's green. Or like, I don't know how to describe it. And trying to find a yarn to replicate that was incredibly difficult. And this was the best I could do. Now it's not an ideal shade of green. It's a bit too bright, but this is Drops Cotton Merino. Oh, I thought we had product showcase on. There we go. So Drops Cotton Merino, and I got this in the sale because I have to buy most of my yarn in the sale because yarn is expensive. So it's 50% wool, 50% cotton. So it's very soft. It's not too scratchy. God knows how it's going to wash. But because of the fact that it's a blend, you can see the cotton has taken the dye differently to the wool. And so I've got that flecked effect without, I was looking for tweed yarns. I was looking for barber pole yarns, and I couldn't really find anything that was the right effect. So I've got green and white for the contrast details. Now, I probably could have bought less yarn than I bought, but to be on the safe side, I bought an extra skein of each, or an extra ball of each. So I think I ended up with 2, 4, 6. I've got 9 of the green and 3 of the white. And that, like, this is a £40 project. This is £40 worth of yarn. These were all half price. It's just so scary how it adds up so quickly. So that's 12 in total that I need to add to my stash busting stash. So we were under 100. We were at 99.5, add 12, 111.5. But I am hoping that I will have used all of this up, or most of it up, by the next stash busting update. So it's sort of like one in, one out. Now, in terms of coupons, I am going to do a wider coupon rationing update as at this month, some point during Vlogmas. But so if you need a reminder, the clothing coupon allocation for knitting yarns containing more than 16% by weight of wool is 1 coupon for every 2 ounces. Now, of course, modern day times, we don't use ounces in this country. We sell yarn by grams. So I have 600 grams of this yarn. Now there's 28-ish grams in a yarn, 28 grams in an ounce, sorry. So I have 21.42 ounces, which is about 10 2/3. Now you could get fractional coupons. I might have to round that and make it 10 3/4. But either way, that's a lot. I hadn't really appreciated, I suppose, and this is double, I suppose that's why vintage knits tend to be a lighter weight, because you just get so much more yarn for your coupons. Because like 10 coupons, almost 11 coupons out of 66 for one jumper for an entire year. It's not a very efficient use of coupons. So the way I'm sort of justifying it to myself is that I didn't spend any coupons in like my first quarter. So what's a quarter of 66? 121. So about 16, is that right? Oh no, not a day for mental maths. Yeah, 16.5 coupons per quarter. So I didn't spend any in my first quarter, which does mean that I have 33 to spend this quarter essentially, or an extra throughout the year. So it should be, I feel justified. And this is like a little Christmas treat. I know I have also bought some other things though that I need to account for. So we'll have to see in that video how the coupons go. I'm stressed about that now. Anyway, what I wanted to do today was start swatching for this jumper so that I'm ready to go, can make a start on my Christmas project. This pattern was originally from Women's Journal 11th book of knitting and crochet. It's called Knit for Skiing, and skiing has a hyphen in. I always find that interesting, the sort of linguistic development that you get. I know it's like nearly 100 years ago now, but when did we drop the hyphen in skiing? And it's described as, so smart for sportswear are these bold white stripes in front and on the sleeves. Note the knitted buttons. It's going to be exciting. So they called for 12 ounces of patterned sea urchin wool in green and white mixture and 2 ounces of white. And they want 1 pair of Millward's Phantom knitting needles. I wonder whether that means they're celluloid. I'll have to look that up. So they want number 8 and number 11 with a spare number 8 knitting needle pointed at both ends. And a belt. Oh, I need to get myself a belt. Okay. So number 8s are 4 mil and number 11 are 3 mil. So that's fair enough. I've got those. We start with the back. Tension, there it is. Worked at a tension of 5 stitches to 1 inch in width. The jumper will be suitable for a 36 to 38 inch bust size. So that's why I think really that sea urchin's yarn was a bit bigger, because a bit chunkier than double knit, because normally at double knit you get 5.5 stitches to 1 inch. So I'm going to start with my swatch with a 4mm needle and see how I get on, and if I have to go up a needle size. Oh, I think I've only got 4.5. I don't think they do 4.25, do they? Yeah, I think number 7 is a 4.5. All right, okay. Well, let's make a swatch and see how we go. Very important before we get started. Zimtsterner. Couldn't find them in Lidl this year because they'd called them something like almond and hazelnut cinnamon stars. Really, really selling it there, aren't they? Lidl's been in this country for like 20 years. Why are they only now Anglicanising the names of all the things? Even I think the Leibkuchen, they don't Anglicanize. But even the Speculatius now just say spiced biscuits. We've been eating them for 20 years in this country, Lidl. We know what they are. We can cope with Speculatius. Although I did hilariously have a friend who offered me a Leibkuchen at Christmas once. And I was like, a what? A Leibkuchen? No, I did not let them live that down. So at 5 stitches to 1 inch. Oh, is this terrible framing? Sorry, love. At 5 stitches to 1 inch, 4 inches, 10 centimetres would be 20. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So let's do 2 salvage stitches either end and do 24. There we go. Perfect. I was going to look up what that Philomenery thing was, wasn't I? And they were called Phantom knitting needles. Millward's Phantom knitting needles. An eBay listing. Oh, I have some of those. Well, my mum has some of those. They're just metal. All right. Let's get comfy. So yes, I like to knit on straight metal needles. I know not everybody does. That is your prerogative. For me, my tension is better. I find they hurt my hands less. Don't ask me why, because they're heavier. And I'm reminded once again, as I knit with number 8 4mm needles, they just feel so different in the hand to any, like knitting double knit weight feels so alien to me now. I do so much teeny tiny stuff that double knitting feels mammoth. I have no idea if this colour will suit me because it's quite a bright green, but I like jewel tones, so I'm hoping that this will sort of be emeraldy in effect. It's one of those mornings this morning where the ice is not thawing and it's just so foggy you can't even see the top of the hill, and it's rarer and rarer in my lifetime that we get these sort of mornings. When I, even 15 years ago when I was going to school, I remember getting up at 8 o'clock and it was still -4, -5. And going out to break, which I think our mid-morning break at school was like 10:35. 10:40 or something. Then we had 20 minutes till 11 o'clock when lessons started again. And it would still like not be icy. And it's never been like that. Like, I can't remember it being icy at 11 o'clock at any point in the past 10 years. It's my way of saying it's fucking freezing today. So like a lot of vintage patterns, there's no row gauge for this pattern. So I'll just have to, I'm not worried about if I don't get row gauge. I never worry about if I don't get row gauge. I just knit it to be a bit longer. So we'll see if I'm at sort of an appropriate double knit weight row gauge or not. But if not, I'll cope. It's just useful usually to know how many rows approximately of my gauge swatch I have to knit. So kind of like to know what I'm suffering through. Okay, we finished knitting. This is my swatch. I do like the way it's knit up. It's not as flecked as I might have hoped. It's sort of more textured-y looking, but I like it. I'm happy with it. I think it's going to suit me, or at least I think I'm going to wear it because I like it. So it's rolling quite a lot. So I'm going to do a gauge measurement without blocking it and then blocking it and see. That end of sentence. Had a brainwave, borrowed Woody's set square, and it's close enough. Yeah, like that. That's 10 centimeters. When I let it go, it's like 9.8 mil. So I think we're going to be okay. Eee, that's exciting. And yeah, a better close-up for you of how it looks. And it feels lovely. I'm always nervous about knitting cotton doesn't tend to wash well, but we'll just have to do a very delicate hand wash only, won't we? All right, ready to cast on. Literally the second I switch the camera on, a neighbour starts with a chainsaw. Anyway, I'm stopping now for some lunch, but this is how far I've got in sort of my first reading sprint. I've been watching knitting. I've been watching Hannah Witton's reading blog based on star signs, which is really interesting for me because I'd read 2 of the books, so I was curious to see what she thought of them. But yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of shaping. I quite like the fact that it starts with a little ridge, a little pearl ridge there. And so far, knitting up. Lovely. I'm going to stop now and have some lunch, and we'll see how much else I get done today. Hello. Awkward angle, I know. Sorry. I'm resting you on the bed. It's 2:30. I have a Zoom doctor's appointment in half an hour, and this is always the worst time of the day for me. It's also, it's just so cold. It's bitterly cold. So I'm going back to bed, basically. I've got my wheat bag on my shoulder. I've got my knitting. And so I'm going to sit here and knit, basically, and take it easy. Let's see how the doctor's appointment goes as to whether I feel like talking to you afterwards. But I will at least show you, even if I don't talk to you, how much progress I made today for a sort of end to day 3. Is it today? Yeah, day 3. So Wish me luck. Hey Pooch. Not happy with your starring role, eh? You going to bed? Bloody Vizslers. This was how far I got today. This is about halfway up the back. I really like it. I really love the way it's looking. I apologise for the terrible lighting because it's late. So I'm calling it a day here and I'm going to bed. I've got this much left of my first game and I'm excited. So I'll have to see you tomorrow. Good night. Fail. Good morning. It's Monday the 2nd of December. We're gonna go for a walk, we think? Yeah, with the dog, with Geo, my power chair, who is nicknamed Geo because it is short for C2Geo. I wanted to name him after, in the style of a Star Wars droid, to make myself feel a bit better about needing mechanical assistance. And so I thought, well, they have droids to help them in Star Wars, don't they? And they don't think anything about it, so why should I think anything about my little mechanical wheelchair? So he's called C2Geo, which is short for Claude to go. But as you can tell, I can't say C2Geo, so it's just Geo. Geo for short, and that's sort of a joke about go, Geo. I thought it was clever, okay, and it stuck. So hopefully we're going to get some foliage for the Advent wreath, which is still naked, and I've got some other errands to do. So Woody is here helping today because he's working from home. So we're going to start the day with a nice gentle, about 10:30, nice gentle walk. It's a little bit bumpy. Look at this footage, it's going to be totally unusable. Hang on, let's stop.
Give us a wave. Looks like you're giving me a middle finger there. Been fun. Cosy, go find it.
If you make a joke about it being a miracle, I swear to God.
It's a miracle. I wouldn't do that.
I know you wouldn't.
Not mean it. Hello, Poppy. Where are we going? For a Christmas tree? I don't think we'll fit it in the car. The side. I've got dog bags as well. Wait, what's he doing?
I know, puppy. Has something spooked you? Or you just want to run?
You're probably holding on to you.
I know. Hey?
Can you do it down?
Down. Down. Thank you. Found some mushrooms. What is it? What is it? It's a mushroom. And loads and loads of gauze. But that's not very Christmassy. just had quite a hair-raising experience because we thought it did a loop and we remembered that it did a loop, and it does do a loop, but the loop is through like a really marshy bit of uphill terrain.
That the military use for testing
Yeah.
and training.
The military use for training purposes. So, firstly, Sagan got spooked by the guns because
He's a gun dog.
he's a gun dog and he doesn't know. He's an unemployed freeloader gun dog and he doesn't like guns. And but then also we were like, oh no, hello, I know, you're scared. It's okay. But yeah, then also
Woody.
basically had to carry me and Geo up the hill.
It was exciting.
Well, I was going to say, my life didn't quite flash before my eyes, but there was a moment when I thought they're going to have to call Mountain Rescue for a hill. I know, puppy, I know.
Do you think someone's been spooked?
I think someone's been spooked. Oh, yeah. My lapdog, eh?
Such an athletic beast.
Not at all uncomfortable.
Hmm.
Also, Sagan, we can't go anywhere because you're sat on this arm and the controls are here. So are you ready?
This could only go one way.
How's this working?
It looks great on camera. Sake.
He's really leaning that way, so it's banking.
Oh, do you want me to put some pressure on the other side?
No, it's okay.
If I sit on that side,
If you sit on this side,
Yeah.
we'll see how
I'll do the controls.
I do think there might be a max weight limit on this, and I think we might have exceeded it.
Is someone looking proud of themselves? Is that I've just nailed walking? I don't have to do anything.
Okay, where are we going? Where are we going then? Where are we going?
You're going towards the ditch there.
Oh, okay. I can't really see anything.
Why?
You're supposed to be a working dog. Hey?
He's worked it out.
Yeah. You can't say he's not clever.
Nah.
You are going to have to get down though, Sagan, because my neck is starting to hurt.
Right. I'm going to stop recording now, Sagan.
Yeah, we've gotten quite a successful haul. We've tried to be very mindful of our environment. And for anybody who's wondering, this is common land. See, this is what I was imagining when you said you want to come for a walk in Geo.
Yeah, this is what I had in mind as well.
Treat myself to the good tea bags. I would also like to take this opportunity to publicly apologise to Tea Pigs because I had previously badmouthed them for using the sort of plasticky, fabricy type of tea bag and not the compostable ones, and I'm told that they're plastic free and compostable.
I think the digit might have eaten all those rose hips.
I know, I'm absolutely devastated. I've also just seen the holly tree in your neighbour's garden,
Oh yeah.
which is covered in berries. Although I don't think she would have taken me kindly to hopping over the fence and pruning it. And yes, I have almond milk in my tea, but I drink, or rather I eat cheese and dairy. I, at one point, did a dairy-free diet, which was, of course, supposed to help my ME. Didn't help my ME. And I just went off it. And I haven't been able to go back. So, there we go. Cheers. Too scared of this. The wick's too short now. not having a great day, and I'm struggling with my mental health today, which in a lot of ways is just as disabling. And I think I need to remind myself of that more often. But we did have a lovely walk yesterday. It was just brilliant. Getting Geo, my power chair, has been one of the best investments I've ever made, because yes, I did buy him with my own money, and I didn't get any funding, I didn't get any advice. I had to do that all on my own. And that was quite a difficult decision to make without any guidance and without being able, because I ordered him during lockdown. Was it during lockdown? No, maybe not. But I had to order it without, I was housebound. I think that's it all blurs into one. I couldn't leave the house. I think other people could at the time. And so I couldn't go and try anything. And living as rurally as I do, as beautiful as it is, you know, it's there's nowhere I can go locally to try things like that. So I took a complete stab in the dark, and I had no idea whether that sort of wheelchair would be right for me, whether it would fit in the car, whether it would handle the pavements, or rather the lack of pavements near where I live, because that is another aspect of living in the rural countryside. But he does, I mean, it struggles at times, and like I say, Woody was having to push me up this hill. Oh God, sometimes it's just mortifying, you know. I'm like, if anybody's looking, but I mean, we're laughing our heads off, you know, and Woody just takes it in his stride. So we just get on with it, you know. But yeah, we are quite lucky near where we live, and we've done quite a lot of research to find wheelchair accessible walks, because sometimes they like claim to be wheelchair accessible, and we're like, did anybody actually like do a recce, or did they just list this on all trails as wheelchair accessible? Because I don't know what wheelchair they're using, but it's probably more of a quad bike at this point, given some of the experiences I've had. But it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant. It's one of my sort of favourite memories of the past year of having Geo. Is finally being able to get back out into nature and take Sagan for a walk and do like that really ordinary sort of thing. And I'm really grateful for it, and I think it's days like this when my mental health is so bad. Seeing as that walk was yesterday, it obviously didn't prevent anything, didn't prevent me feeling like this today, but I think the overall impact, the wider impact, has been positive. And the foraging, we did a little bit of foraging, like very light foraging, and like we did all the things you're supposed to. We checked that we had public access, we checked that, you know, it was allowed, we made sure as well, like, to spread our impact out as much as possible, so we weren't like stripping an entire branch, we weren't stripping like everything from one tree, we were dotting everything around, you know. But like, given the MOD use that particular common for training purposes, I think we're the least of that bit of land's worries. God knows what the MOD are dumping on there. But we did full on come across a training exercise as well. We just had to like stop and wait for them to finish. And then like a bloke's taking off his helmet to be like, thanks for waiting. And it's like, well, this wasn't weird at all, as I'm carrying Sagan in my arms because he's so afraid of guns. But it was fun. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of the afternoon. I can't carry on doing any sort of digital work, computer work, because I'm exporting, and that is so intensive for my laptop that I can't do anything else in the background. So I think it's time to put some YouTubes on and knit. I knew it would drip down the back.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
All right.
sometimes Woody has to help with that bit. Bon appetit.
Appetit.
Even get this undone. Now for the next one. This travesty could go in the bin.
It served its purpose.
Yeah, much too long.
What are you going to do to me? Are you going to cheese me?
Good morning. Huh? What do you think, Sagan? It is Wednesday. It's the 4th of December, which makes it day 5 of Vlogmas for you. I didn't have a great night. I woke up in the middle of the night having an unexplained allergy attack. Woke up itchy and covered in a rash. Fun. So I heard Woody's alarms go off, so I think I must have been awake and gone back to sleep. He brought me a cup of tea in bed, bless him, but I fell back asleep and so it went cold, so I had to microwave it. Sacrilege, I know. Didn't really have the spoons to make another and make breakfast, so got my high fibre, high protein breakfast. I'm drinking my electrolytes and taking my meds. Got my TENS machine to do my vagus nerve stimulation. And we'll see if any of these things help today go a bit better. Do I feel any better for any of that? No. Feel a little bit less like I'm going to faint. It's probably the electrolytes. Woody is working today somewhere where he can't take Sagan. Sagan normally goes to work with Woody. And so, Sagan is sat on his favourite step, watching the front door, waiting for Woody to come home. Hey, do you miss him? He did, however, come and spend all morning in bed with me while I went back to sleep, so... And I know there will be people who are mortified by the fact that the dog sleeps in the bed. And yes, I am often mortified by the fact that the dog sleeps in the bed, but I am told it's a Vizsla thing. And I have been reassured by Woody, by watching several other Instagram reels of Vizslas and Vizsla owners, that it's not just a Sagan thing, and he can't help it, that he's needy and a Velcro dog and short-haired, so he gets cold and has to be right next to you all the time. That's what he was bred for, apparently. So I just have to live with it. He is unfortunately quite clumsy, so I don't mind, except when he goes to roll over or goes to get up and accidentally stands on my face. He's gotten a bit better, to be fair. He's gotten a bit better. One of the things I struggle with on days like today is that I know I will feel a lot better if I have a shower. Or a bath, the combination of the warm water, the heat, the steam, everything. It does make me feel better. But it is also so tiring. So it's sort of like, will help some symptoms, but I will pay for it afterwards. And so actually like getting up and doing it, and I don't know if anybody else experiences this, but I have this if I nap, and I have this if I wake up in the middle of the night and fall asleep again. I wake up feeling 10 times worse than if I hadn't slept. And it's so physical. It honestly feels like I've almost been poisoned. I don't know how else to describe it, but like, it's just awful. One of the benefits of filming this is that whenever I am tempted to make a bad pacing decision, like I was sat there for ages like, oh, I should just go upstairs and have a shower. Why do I feel like this? You know. I realised that I made myself breakfast. I ate breakfast. I came down the stairs. All of those things take energy. I am entitled to a rest before I do anything else. And so, well, I doubt I'll go back to sleep. And I don't want to go back to sleep because, like I say, it makes me feel so much worse. Just going to hang out on the sofa for a bit. I might watch something. I've been watching a lot of Vlogmases. I've been watching Ali. No, she's doing it on This Little Wonderful Life. Yeah, I think so. I've been watching Micah, Engineering Knits, of course. Really excited to see her spinning project because Micah and I met at the Prior Retire Ball in Bath, and she talked about the fleece that she's spinning was one of the ones she bought when she went to Scotland, and that was that trip. Does that make sense? She came to Britain and like made a holiday of it, and so I remember speaking to her about her trip to Scotland and all the exciting things that she'd seen, and so I'm really excited to see the fruits of all of that, the fruits of her labour. I'm also watching Mare, Stringkinicity, as was, and I don't know if I've got anybody else yet. I might look for some more, recommendations. One of the things, what I like is when people are doing it in their own way. Send me your recommendations. Right, okay. I'm so tired, I'm sorry. So what I want to ask is for you to recommend some Vlogmases for me to watch this Advent Christmas season. I don't like them when it's just people opening their expensive yarn advents that they've bought That's just my preference. I'm like, good for you. Spend your money how you like, but what I do prefer is the ones where they're doing something crafty and a little bit different. So they're either trying something new or it's a big project that they're overtaking across the month. Or if you have one that's like a different, or if you have somebody that you watch that it might not even be knitting or crochet, but it might be crafting related, and you think I'd like the vibe being horizontal most of the time, recommend them to me in the comments. Now I know this yarn was in the sale. This is the second bit now. I've just had to undo a load of work because it's completely busted. I don't know what that is. I don't know why. It's just frustrating because, well, it's good job I bought extra yarn really, isn't it? But like, I've unravelled and rewound a little bit of this. It's just so wasteful. Yeah. Cut that much off already. Oh, I wanted to say, a lot of people commented on how, no. A lot of people commented on how quick I am at knitting. And I don't think I'm particularly quick at knitting. It's just I have nothing else to do. Case in point. So I'm sure, like, if you spent 10 hours a day doing nothing else but knitting, which is quite often what I do, off and on, you'd get more done too. And so this is where I did a lot less. On the first day I got to here, so yesterday I didn't do as much again. And yes, I find I can knit lying down, but it's not as quick and I have to take more breaks, but that's okay. Because my hands go numb from being upright, the blood doesn't get to them. It is 3:30. I've had multiple more of these little overspun bits in this yarn, so you can see like all the joins. I'm hoping it's just this one ball and like the others will be fine, but this is where I'm at. I think I finally feel ready to go and have a shower, brush my teeth. That hasn't happened today. Oh look, a bit more, I had to trim off. I've been watching today Gillian Evie, talk about spinning and do spinning, and it has reminded me that that is one of my list, one of the things on my Claude tries new things list, and I want to try spinning. However, I am concerned that I'm not well enough to do that. Just watching her, the way she sits, and like even with a drop spindle, the way she has to use her arms, I'm not strong enough to have my arms up like that. Doubt I'm strong enough to do that treadling continuously. I know that e-spinners are a thing and that they are an option. It's just a lot of money to spend. Something that might not work for me and my disability. But it has been fascinating to watch her do it. So if it's just one of those things that I have to admit is beyond me and I have to watch other people's videos, so be it. Now I need to finally go and get dressed. Okay, I had a shower and I have clothes on, including a bra. Look at me. Oh shit, why is that? Oh no. My laptop isn't plugged in and I just got comfy. Oh no. I thought it was plugged in. The plug's on the ground. Oh god. Oh. Well, let's see if we can't get a video out today. Thank you. Oh. Don't ask me why I did it like that. Feeling a lot better than I did yesterday. I've spent all morning so far, it's 9:30, spent all morning so far in bed responding to comments. I'm loving it. So thank you all so much for your comments. I think this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do Vlogmas. I feel like I've just really loved reading your comments and sort of like getting to know you and seeing the same people pop up every day, and reading as well. People have been really generous in sharing their own experiences and how they've enjoyed it, because it's good to see somebody with a chronic illness being realistic about their living with a chronic illness and all those things. So thank you so much. I'm so glad I've done this. So today is the 5th, so this will be day 6 for you, because I'm uploading a day behind. And I'm feeling okay. I mean, it's a lot of work, I won't lie, it's a lot of work doing this, but I am enjoying it so much, and it feels so rewarding as a result of being able to interact with you on a like more real-time level, that I'm definitely going to try and keep doing it. Like I say, whether I do a little bit like I did in the video you will have just seen, where I sort of combine a couple of days if I don't have a lot to show, we'll see. It's just nice to like know people understand and that the pressure is off. That has been really freeing to my creativity. Excuse me, you can also tell probably one of the side effects of being on camera this much is my voice is starting to go. So we might have to do a silent vlog at one point. So, on today's to-do list, hoping to catch up on some of the things I've been neglecting. So I have all my stuff from when we went foraging, and I want to make my naked Advent wreath less naked. I need to go to the garden centre to get some gardening gloves, and I've got some bulbs that I want to try and plant in the garden, and I've had them for months and I've not had any of the kit, so hopefully go to the garden centre, get some kit, some gloves and a trowel and all of that, and I don't really know how I'm going to manage that. We'll see. Gloves at the bare minimum for the Advent wreath. I've got to take Woody some tools, which he forgot this morning, but that's okay. So, and then I want to try and do some Christmas crafting. So I want to use my printing press. You might have seen that video I did. It wasn't massively popular in terms of retro Claude videos, but I had a great time making it and doing it, and I want to do some more printing with my little printing press. And I thought, let's do some sort of homemade Christmas cards, because I thought I can only make prints about this big, and I thought, well, I could do several and sort of like do a little design, offset them a little bit, and it'd be cute, you know. So I bought red and green printing ink, not printer ink. So I've got those. And I bought some like blank cards to make them. Guess who didn't read the dimensions, or the dimensions were in inches, and that didn't make any sense to their, 8 by 8 inches. When I wanted probably more like half that. Oh well, we're making giant Christmas cards for the family this year, so I'll have to probably do a lot more prints. And I think what I'm going to have to do is print onto paper, cut them out, and then paste them on. So yes, we're making giant Christmas cards. I've got my lino, but one of the things, I'll talk more about this later, but one of the techniques I want to do is what the printing press is actually intended for, which is this intaglio, and I'm told you can do a version of that with a Tetra Pak carton. So I've saved one, and hopefully we can experiment with that as a new technique instead of cutting away, which was a lot of work, into the lino to make like a relief print we can carve into. I haven't decided on what the designs are going to look like yet, so we'll see. So I need to eat some breakfast. I've had a cup of tea, but that's not really enough sustenance. So I might have toast today. Treat myself. We've had a shake before use incident. It got worse. No. God. Oh God, I should just go back to bed. See, that there was a perfect example, God, of like chronic illness things that I don't think non-chronically ill people will understand. If that happens to you and you're fit and able-bodied, mildly annoying, might make you 5 minutes late, not the end of the world. It's not going to impact your entire day. Whereas that for me was really tiring. It involved standing up that I hadn't anticipated. It involved moving things around, lifting heavy objects, wiping things down, all of which are physically tiring for me. So now I'm too tired to do the chores that I actually need to do, like the dishes, and like emptying the dishwasher. And I'm out of breath. And my feet hurt from standing up for 5 minutes longer than I expected. And so like, that's how easy it is for me to overdo it. And I'm sat here thinking like, I might have to change my plans for the day now as a result of that. It's so fucking frustrating. Because I could have just left it. Could have just left a mess. And Woody could have dealt with it when he got in. Or I could have dealt with it after I'd had a rest or I'd done my other things. But then it's going to be a worse mess to tidy up because that stuff is, firstly, stinks and is really sticky. So I would have been having to chisel it off the work surface rather than just soak it up with a paper towel. So then it would have been even more work. And it's the little things like that. It's the little things like that that are negligible to other people, but are massive to me. And I think that's where, particularly when you start practicing pacing, you think, well, it's not going to make it's not going to make a difference to my day, is it, if I sit down when I brush my teeth? Not really. What can that possibly, how much energy is that actually saving? But those marginal things add up massively. And that's why it's so bloody difficult and so annoying. Okay, rant over. Gonna eat my toast. Rather than the garden centre, I've ended up at Screwfix for Woody. It's never a dull day. Okay, let's go and do what we actually wanted to do today. Don't forget my blue badge. Bloody hell, that was the biggest palaver it's been for me in a very long time. Normally it goes much smoother than that. The wheels just got stuck. I don't know why. Normally the front wheels just swing out as the weight goes on them, but they just seem to jam. So I had to, like, particularly the back one, I was like poking it with the walking stick to get it out of the way. But I mean, it's amazing, that wheelchair lift, and I wouldn't be able to come and do things like this without it. So I'm very pleased with myself. I'll tell you what, let's do a haul when we get in. We'll do a garden centre haul. How funny. Welcome back. I've overdone it, of course I have. That was way too much to do, but it was so Christmassy. I really enjoyed it. And I went a little bit overboard with my shopping. So I got the things, I did one round and got the things that I'd actually gone for. And then I went and had a cup of tea and had some lunch and then came back. They have a cafe. Went back to sort of look through the Christmas decorations, partly because it was one of those, all the departments were merging into one and they're all playing a different song. And in this department, we've got all the cinnamon sticks and dried orange slices on display. And then this next department is all the scented candles. And then the next department is bath bombs and the next department. And like, I was getting sensory overload and I was like, there's no way I can make a decision here. So I went and did a loop, went to have a break, and then I came back to buy my decorations. So let's start with those. So I bought one of these, like, LED Christmas trees. Now, my mum has one of these, which is part of the reason why I was inspired to get it. Batteries definitely weren't included, but really simple, but actually really effective when they're on. And because it's light up LED, oh, I thought it was the colour changing one. Oh well, never mind. Woody is really anti us having a Christmas tree, firstly because we don't really have the space, but also because he's worried that Sagan will just wee up against it, which is a very valid concern. So I thought this was a tenner, and I thought this can go on a table and it will, I won't have to put any lights on it, I won't even necessarily have to put any decorations on it if I don't want to, but it will feel like I'm in the Christmas spirit. And then the other big thing I got was one of these. It's just like a candle spinner. Makes me laugh. Keep away from fire, and it's candle powered. But these, I've always been fascinated with these since I was a kid, and I've always wanted one because they are, I mean, goodness knows how naff this one's going to be because it wasn't very expensive, but they're traditionally really expensive, and they sort of are in that style of traditional German Christmas decorations, of wooden decorations with like little skiing figures and stuff. And so they make me think of Christmas. They make me think of the Christmas decorations that we had when I was growing up. And I've always been fascinated by the physics of them, I guess. The heat rising and spinning the carousel. It says on the side, accents piece, oh, for a coffee table. I thought it said cottage table. I was like, how did they know? But like, yeah, so you get like a little wooden topper. Oh, don't think I was supposed to do that. Oh, stop. Oh, stop, it's perfect. And then the people spin around. I'm like, I'm crying. I love it so much, I've always wanted one. I just really hope we've got tea lights somewhere. Can't believe I'm crying, I'm genuinely crying. I love it so much. I really hope Woody likes it. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Didn't expect that to go like that. Pull yourself together, woman. It's a Christmas decoration. I got myself some gardening gloves. Now these are, they say Weed Master, so I'm guessing they're designed for weeding. I got the reduced ones, but I have quite, I find gloves really difficult. These are a 7. Now glove sizes are one of those things that I think you only really know about if you do costuming. But then I know that I'm more of a 6.5. But these do fit. So yeah, for me it's always getting them small enough so that they're not baggy there, but so that the fingers are long enough. But they're small and they fit. Just thinking that might be the wrong hand. Surely you want the reinforced bit on your palm if you're weeding, yeah. So I just happened to see these that were reduced, and there was a whole rack of them, like full price. They didn't do any smaller than that. So I did go and check to see if there was an extra small, if I could try them on. But it's one of those things, I've been wanting gardening gloves for ages so I can try and do like a Claude Tries Gardening as a video. And I've looked at ordering them online, but I just know, I wanted to double check that they would fit me. I've been to get my gloves and they were £4.49, bargain. I also bought some pruning secateurs. This is to help make my wreath. I also got some lengths of floristry wire. I tried to find a ring, but they only had much sturdier wire than that. So, a couple of quid. I don't know. Woody suggested I use soldering wire, but at least this is green, so it'll tie in. And hopefully I can reuse them. I also got, because we didn't get any holly with berries, I got some like little wired baubles. They were £1.99. I thought that would just add some colour to it. There are a few rose hips left on the rose bush. The pigeon hasn't eaten all of them. But I was desperately trying to find like shiny but not glitter. Everything else was covered in glitter, and that is one of my pet hates about Christmas. Even looking at this, it's got glitter on. And like, I just don't want glitter in my house. I don't want it in my life. I don't want it in my Christmas decorations. So my options were limited to, like, they had smaller fake berries, but they were all covered in glitter. So we went with what they had. And then I also bought, to say sorry to the birds for pruning all their bushes, I bought one of these, and it's the shape of a bell, and I thought that was mildly Christmassy. It's so funny, isn't it? I've been really struggling recently with winter, with like seasonal adjustment. I had a really bad October, slide, all those sorts of things. And I read online somebody like, oh, tips to help make it through the winter, and they recommended buying a bird feeder. And it is one of those things I think about difficult times in my life, like when at my parents' old house when I was a teenager and I had Emmy, out of the kitchen window we had a bird feeder, and I would like go and make a cup of tea and watch the birds while I was waiting for the kettle to boil and stuff like that, and I'd be like, oh, it's a nuthatch, you know, and I got really into it, and how it, like, just those tiny little snippets of joy and how much they mean. And given I'm really struggling to find joy in a lot of things at the moment, I'll take anything I can get. So I think this was like £3, so let's hope it works. Can you give me £3 worth of joy, please? Finally, I mean, I can't believe these were like £2.50 each, these chocolate coins. But I left it too late last year and I couldn't find any. Is that in there? Grim. Oh, I think it might be a bit of birdseed. Because of course, for me today it's the 5th, which means St. Nicolaus Day is tomorrow. So I might surprise some of my friends who live in the village with some chocolate coins. I might hide some in Woody's shoes so that when he goes to work tomorrow, he goes to put his shoes on and there's chocolate coins in there, just for old time's sake. So that's my haul. I had so many more plans today, and I've brought all the greenery in from the car to try and make this wreath, but I don't know whether I'm up to it. I don't know whether I just need to go back to bed. Oh, that must still be in my handbag. I also bought a lighter, a long one. I asked the bloke for matches in the shop, right? Bearing in mind, they're selling shit tons of candles, right? Scented candles, taper candles, votive candles, any type of candle you can imagine they're selling in this shop. The only matches they had was a decorative jar filled with like not very many matches, $16.99. And like I asked, and he was like, oh, we've got these. And I went, To be fair, I did see those, and yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not paying $16.99 for something that I'm going to use and put in the bin. And he went, yeah, fair enough at that price. I was like, yeah. So I bought a $3.99 refillable lighter. So hopefully my Advent wreath candle lighting will be a little more cinematic today. I'm going to see if I can find some tea lights. Okay, I found 3 tea lights, so let's see if it works with 3 tea lights. Should have picked up more tea lights, I know. I'm so impatient. Come on, I want some Christmas magic. I think I can make it shorter. Don't think it's got an option for that. Please, 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 please. Well, one of them's burnt out already. I feel cheated. Christmas is ruined. Well, that was disappointing. That was good. Tried. Oh, hang on, you're on the wonk. Sorry there. I've tried to put it somewhere where the pigeons won't be able to get it, but then seeing as most of it broke off. Anyway, your new gloves on? Ivy there. I'm hoping I can get some of that. It's just whether I can get up. It's got a bit of stinging nettle. Shit. Well, that's one broken. I've got loads of stuff left, so I'm going to make a second one. This was like a dried herbs one, which I did for Halloween, which was quite fun. So I've got dried chilies. It's mostly oregano. Not gonna lie, I'm quite pleased with that. The holly and the ivy, now both the full well grown. Of all the trees that are in the wood, the holly bears the crown. Oh, the rising of the sun, and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organs, we sing in the choir. Good morning. It is just gone 11:15. Yes, I am up and dressed. I'm doing a bit better today. I'm a bit foggy. I did too much yesterday. There's a surprise. But 2 days ago for you, no, 2 days ago for me, I've lost track. On Vlogmas episode 5, this will be Vlogmas episode 7, yeah, so on Vlogmas episode 5, I asked for your recommendations of YouTubers you think I might like who are doing Vlogmas. Lots of people also recommended ones who aren't doing Vlogmas, but that's fine. And I have compiled like a crib sheet for myself. So I thought I would share with you the ones that were recommended the most, because there's loads of them. There's got to be at least 50 here that people recommended. And so I've put this together, this sheet, so that next time when I'm like, oh, I don't know what to watch, I can come to the sheet and pick something off the list. So a couple of them I do already watch, and a couple of them I have dipped in and out of throughout my life, and I didn't know whether they were doing Vlogmas or whatever, so I might go back to. So, but the one that by far and away was the most recommended was Atomic Shrimp. Now, I am familiar with Atomic Shrimp, but only because he did this cooking series a long time ago, which was like, he's been doing it for several years, which was like surviving on £1 a day and stuff like that. He does all these like really difficult cooking challenges with a low budget, with limited parameters. And having been a very poor person, a very poor student, a very poor master's student living in London in my time, I've looked back and I can see that I've watched quite a few of those videos. But so like I'm familiar with the premise and everything and who he is. And yeah, I hadn't realised he was doing Vlogmas, so I will definitely be checking that out. God, nearly 1 million subscribers. That's cool. Okay, well, I'll definitely be checking in with him, giving him a go. The next one, I think the one with the next most recommendations was Emma Robinson from Woolly Mammoth. Now, some of these I realised I might not have tallied up correctly, because either people like gave me a list where they were like Emma Robinson Woolly Mammoth and I thought they were two separate people, and then I've been like, oh wait, no, that's one person apparently, okay, and sort of had to juggle everything around. But that name came up quite a lot and I've never heard of them, so we'll be checking that out. Of course, I've typed in Woolly Mammoth to the search and I'm just getting videos about woolly mammoths. Oh, that looks cool. Why do I recognise her? Anyway, I'll come back to that. Maybe I've just seen the thumbnails recommended on my For You page. We had, with 3 recommendations each, The Copycat Stitch, Passion Knit Kelsey, Finnish Knitting Stories, just vintage crochet, which I have seen quite a lot of, Rachel Bean, is that? B-E-A-R-N, stitched by Mrs. D. And then, now I'm not sure whether this is Seji, S-E-J-I, or Sei Fields, like a Y, or like a Sehi with a H, depending on where this person is from. Sehi Fields, Complicated Knots, and the same again, Minja Walden, possibly Walden, I don't know. Rachel is Knitting, Sandy Brock, Crochet Vision, Passion Knit Kelsey, oh I've mentioned that one already I think, Kit and Caboodler, sorry, Oh, Rachel Bean again. So actually, Rachel Bean got 5 recommendations. Sorry, Rachel, I've shortchanged you. Eliza OK, Creia Beer knitting podcast, and possibly Emily Kate Made This, who I do watch. Now, somebody recommended Emily Made This, and somebody recommended Emily Kate Made This, and I don't know if there is also an Emily Made This, or an Emily, or it's just they just meant Emily Kate Made This. I'll have a look at it. Yeah, it looks like they meant Emily Kate Made This. Anyway, I am really excited to look at everything. I mean, because like as well, people recommended all sorts of different crafts like scrapbooking, slow stitching, embroidery, sewing, knitting, crochet, all sorts of things. So I've got a massive selection here to work my way through. Some people recommended like doll's house stuff and mudlarking stuff. So yeah, I'm excited to do some YouTubing. I am desperately trying to find the spoons to make these Christmas prints today. So I am probably going to do what I often do when I'm not really well enough and should be resting, which is think about it and plan it, but not actually do it, so that when I do have the energy and the sort of physical presence to do it, I'm absolutely ready to go. Just got to find all the stuff, get all the stuff out and actually do it, and I know exactly what I want to do, and I've designed everything and I've researched the techniques and all that sort of stuff, so I might spend the morning doing that. I also have gotten to a crucial point in my knitting. Hang on. Oh, several people have asked about the mugs, particularly the bumblebee one they thought was really cute. They're all Emma Bridgewater, so they've all got like the bird. I think we've got the birds, we've got the Vizsla one, naturally. This was a gift from a friend, which is the Snowdrops one, and they all have inside the rim the thing on the front. They're all Emma Bridgewater. They are so expensive. These were Woody's. He bought them. He doesn't drink tea or coffee, and when we started going out, he bought them like for me to use. I didn't realise at the time they're £25 each. It turned out to be a very generous present. And when I found that out, I was like, who is this man who is willing to drop like over £100 on bloody mugs, but is wearing shoes which are tied together with this much shoelace? I don't know. Anyway, it was very nice of him. So if you would also like to waste your money on £25 mugs, Emma Bridgewater. They are very aesthetic for videos though, I will give him that. So, my knitting. Am I going to knock the camera over if I do that? I have gotten to the point now where I'm ready to shape for the armholes, but I actually think I might need some more length in this. I need to get out a tape measure and really check. I also want to block my swatch. I don't have any wool wash, so I'm just going to have to use ordinary detergent and hope for the best. Because somebody did say that cotton grows quite a lot when you block it. Basically, what's frustrating me about this vintage pattern is there are no finished measurements apart from for bust circumference, and the gauge is not a standard gauge. So it's not like I can say, oh, it's double knit, I'm getting 5.5 stitches to an inch. It was designed for 5.5 stitches to an inch, therefore it's safe to assume that it would also be 30 rows to 10 centimetres. So 5.5 stitches to an inch would be 22 stitches to 10 centimetres, and so 30 rows to 10 centimetres would be the standard equivalent for double knit. But it's not a standard gauge, so I don't know, doesn't tell you how many rows they're expecting per inch or per 10 centimetres or whatever. And it also doesn't give you any length measurements at all. Not for the sleeves, not for the body, not like, and normally in a vintage pattern it would say knit to be 12 inches, 14 inches from hem, however long it needs to be. But this gives you a number of rows, so it's saying to knit 22 more rows after increasing, after you do your final increase. But it doesn't tell you how long that's supposed to be. So I'm assuming that this ribbing is supposed to fall at the natural waist, right? That is from the fashion drawings, that's what it sort of implies. but also in the fashion drawings, it's really blousy over that cinched waist. And one of the things that I have noticed since my weight has increased and my size has increased is that I need extra length now. And I don't know whether that's to do with expanding outwards. I imagine it's to do with the bust, and there's that need more distance to get over. And of course in knitwear, because the back and the front are alike, unless I do some sort of short row shaping full bust adjustment on the front, I'm also going to have to knit the back to be the same length so that the seams line up. So yeah, I'm a bit stuck and a bit confused with this one. I've done some maths, and so at a ratio of 22 stitches to 30 rows in 10 centimetres square, which is the double knit weight, the gauge for this, which is 5 stitches per inch, 20 stitches per 10 centimetres, that would be about 27.3 rows if proportionally we're assuming the stitches are the same, if the ratio between height and width remains the same for each stitch. So if we round up, that would be 28 rows per 10 centimetres. I don't know if that's what I'm getting. I need to check my swatch. Am I overthinking this? Probably. Basically, I need to go and find a tape measure. Okay, so I've tied this around my waist. I couldn't find a length of elastic that was narrow enough. I would have preferred a bit of elastic, but this is sort of for me to indicate, so I can measure on myself how long I want this back section to be to the top of that ridge section. 17 inches. Okay, and so like from underarm to there, I want about 8 inches. So it is just a touch short, particularly if I want it to be blousing over a little bit. God, I'm fucking freezing. I've got to put my cardigan back on. Ow. So I am getting 28 rows to 10 centimetres. Probably can't hear me, can you? So I am getting 28 rows to 10 centimetres. Now, I did work out how many rows are left. So 68 rows, so about 9 3/4 more inches from this point to the back of the neck. And I measured 17. So, and this measures currently 7 3/4, so 17 and a half, and my back neck, mind you, that's not including the ribbing. My back neck to the top of my natural waist is exactly 17. So how many more rows do I want to add? Is any of this making sense to you? Basically, it's too short for the effect I think I want, unless it blocks to be bigger, which I need to check, but I can't find the swatch, can I? Do I just leave it as is? Because it's going to be long enough. Is it going to be long enough? Yeah. Leave room for the bosom. Okay, well, I think I've answered my own question. I'm not going to add any more length. Problem solved. Didn't have a washing up bowl, so having to use a mixing bowl. Okay, so it definitely grew quite a bit. I've had to really smush it to get back to 10 centimetres. It was like a good, quite a lot bigger than that. So hopefully, it's on the floor because this house has underfloor heating. I know, bougie. But the length, I can get it to block to the correct gauge, as in 10 centimetres is 20 centimetres and 10 centimetres is 28 rows. So knowing that it has the potential to grow that much, I don't think I'm going to make any length adjustments. Yeah, okay, I'm going to leave this to dry and crack on with some knitting. I've come over here because I am exporting my video, and after my previous experience, oh, I'm sorry. There we go, that's a bit better. I'm in the shot now. I'm exporting my video that's got to go up today, so that's day 6 of Vlogmas 6. And it's a really mammoth one because it's where I finally make my advent wreaths. And so I reviewed the footage. Normally I edit in the evening, but there was so much footage when I was trying to import it this morning. I was like, I need to get ahead on this, otherwise it's not going to be uploaded in time. So I've come over here to talk to you because, of course, the laptop fan is going, and I've just seen I got this can of Coke out 2 hours ago to drink. Cheers. Still cold. Okay. But I wanted to talk to you because I've started shaping. Having done my gauge swatch, I was like, I'll just start shaping for the back. As it said, I don't think I need any extra length because it's inevitably going to grow this. And joys of vintage patterns, we've got our first typo. So my first qualm with this pattern is they give you no row gauge information or no length measurements, but then tell you how many rows to knit. And also then, after the armhole shaping, the stitches remaining is wrong. So it says we've got 90, continuing stocking stitch, yeah. Shape armholes by casting off 6 stitches at the beginning of the next 2 rows. So that's 12, 90 minus 12 is... I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Ignore me, ignore me. That's mortifying. Okay. As you were. Never mind. Never mind. It was at least worth coming over here to find this can of Coke I'd forgotten about. But yes, now I am dividing for an opening at the back neck. And so that's quite common in high-necked vintage patterns. They put an opening in the back or in the shoulder seams so that you can get it on and off. So I'm going to have to divide and work on half of the stitches and then come back and work on the other half. So we'll see. Second skein, this much left so far. Oh, and somebody pointed out, wait there. Walking is hard today. Did I have a busy day yesterday? Yes, I did. So, you know how I was talking about how my yarn was getting shredded? Somebody in the comments mentioned that they'd had that and it's due to this. So rather than have like a band where it goes all the way around the skein to hold it in place like you do on a sort of oblong one, these round ones, they quite often just have this like jaggedy arrow-shaped bit of paper, and of course what happens is it snags on there. So I don't know whether I did that as I pulled this out or if that happened during the manufacturing process or whatever, but just in case it was something I did, the next ones I'm going to be really careful as I remove this, or I'm going to tear it and pull it out the other way. This is one of the beautiful things about doing Vlogmas. I get feedback on my projects in real time, which is very useful. Because often, as things go wrong, because often when things go wrong, as they always do for me, I'm sat there talking to you about it, and then I get in the final video, which sometimes goes up months after I've actually finished the project, people are like, oh, why didn't you do this? And I'm like, well, what? It's too late now. But in this case, it isn't too late. So thank you, thank you. We are on the Tesco own brand Lebkuchen. trying to work on my pronunciation and sound less like my northern mother when she says it. She's watching these. Sorry for taking the mick out of your accent, Mum. But I've spent the afternoon, firstly, showered, got my PJs on, Friday night, feeling very cosy. Woody was able to fix my little spinner thing. Had lovely moments, just sat here watching it, feeling very proud of myself. Turns out I'd literally like not installed the spinner properly, and that's why it wasn't spinning. Got it here. It's got a little hole that it has to sit in. I don't know if you can see, there's like a little metal bit has to go in there, and then it actually spins. Not at all embarrassed about that one. Didn't get the crafting done that I wanted to get done today, partly because I spent so long editing that video. But yeah, I think we're gonna have, what are we having for tea? Burgers.
Yeah, bean burgers.
Bean burgers. We're gonna have bean burgers for tea and have a cozy night in. I think Friday night. I might have some friends coming over tomorrow, and I wasn't talking to you.
I know, but we've also got to prepare for the storm.
We've got to prepare for the storm?
Storm, yeah, there's a red storm coming in.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Surely
It's gonna be windy.
we're not in the storm bit though, are we? In the red zone?
No, we're not, no.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Pretty rough still.
Hang my Christmas wreath up, and it's gonna have been down more than it's been up with these high winds. Oh well, I'll just have to bring it indoors and enjoy it indoors. So I think I might return to my knitting, or I might actually do the crafting that I wanted to do and design my Christmas cards. Should we do that? Get the iPad out. Oh, don't look at my password. So then this should be, I've made this 8x8, so this should be the right size. Oh, I can't remember what size the prints are. I think they're 5 centimetres. Green bow. Are you seeing my vision? So I think I'd want to do 2 as lino and 2 where you carve in. So these would be really these 2 would need more detail. Or do I want to do these 2 might be better with more detail with the lines of the holly and the pine. Do you see my vision? So that these will be a bit lighter and featherier, and then these will be much blockier. I'm not thrilled with this one. I don't think it's recognisable as a bauble, but I don't know what else I could do. Unless it's a Santa hat, but that's boring. And as well, that wouldn't necessarily work without an outline. You got no camera shy? He comes over, demands attention. I put the iPad down. Second I switch the camera on to show how cute he's being. Nope. You can probably hear the dishwasher in the background, I'm sorry. It's 5 to 1, so good afternoon. Woody has taken Sagan for a walk. I've had a gentle morning, responding to comments, washing my hair, pacing, which we like. Storm, can't remember if it's Dennis or Dara, but there's a storm raging, like a red warning. Don't tell me that's the power going out. These lights are still okay. High winds, lots of rain, sea surges, threat to life, storm blowing outside the windows. So, not that I did have any plans for today really, but I mean, looks like we're staying in. I'm supposed to have a friend coming over. I might have to rearrange that, just because there's bound to be some sort of tree down. I'm feeling okay. One of the things about weekends and having Woody here is it reminds me that most people do like not get dressed until noon on the weekdays, like if they don't have kids, obviously. But you know, it's perfectly normal for most people at the weekend to prioritize resting and doing maybe a few gentle chores and sitting on the sofa and doom scrolling or watching YouTube or whatever. That is when most people are resting. So I always feel a lot better about it. I don't know. So I don't know if I'm going to get any of my Christmas card crafting done, my printmaking. I think I've decided on a design. Somebody mentioned about the floor tiles in the kitchen, and wouldn't that make a nice sort of farewell knitting pattern? And then I thought, actually, why don't I make that one of my prints? That would be quite an interesting print. Looks like a block print anyway. So I might give one of those a go. Thought that would make a nice lino print. And anything else. Thanks for all the compliments on my wreaths. It's really gurgling now. So I'll make a cup of tea, might have a biscuit, and do some knitting, I think. I need my fringe cutting already.
Me too.
No, thank you. You can shave the rest of my head.
Yeah. With the cutthroat.
No, nothing scares me. It's been a real non-day today. We've literally just sheltered from the storm. Well, Woody went out in it with Sagan. Was it very windy?
It wasn't nice. Cold, really. Cold and wet.
So, I'm under my electric blanket. I've got today's video exporting, but I don't think I've really got anything for today, so we might be doing a little combined day. I have done a little bit on my knitting. I'm working on half at a time, so it's difficult for you to see. But yeah, the split neck thing, I'm almost there. So, with one half, so that's nice. Got this much wool left. We had a bit of a hair raising moment where I thought I lost my SD card, but we found it. And yeah.
Black hole of the sofa.
Yeah. Probably gonna sit here and rot for the rest of the evening too. I'm really sleepy. Sagan's been a bit spooked by the storm, so he's not really settling. Or he wasn't settling, at least last night, so yeah. So we're all a bit sleepy today as a result, but that's okay. Shall we do a video where I cut my own fringe? Good idea?
Put the bowl on your head.
Yeah. It's almost dinner time, so. And as it's Sunday, we light another candle. Oh, they're back. Are we going to get?
Wrong way.
You forgot. You didn't know where I am.
Wrong way.
Hello.
Oh, he's just bringing you a cat.
Oh, hello. Hello, mister. Hello.
Are you a tough dog? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your filming.
It's okay. Hello. So it is Sunday, the 8th of December, so it's the second Sunday of Advent. I've had a very gentle morning, doing some chores and resting, because I've not been on top form in that regard. But Woody's just returned from taking Sagan for a walk and going to get ingredients for dinner.
Some veg.
Some veg, because it's Sunday, we're going to have a roast. Of all things, we're going to have roast pheasant. Now, I do not agree with pheasant hunting. I do not agree with hunting of any kind. But we do live in an area with lots of pheasant shooting, and Sagan is a gun dog, and he is trained to, or we're trying to train him at least. It's in he's bred to retrieve birds, flush out birds, all that sort of stuff, and he does need that sort of stimulation to be a happy, healthy fulfilled dog.
Yeah.
And so you took him beating,
Yeah.
and he brought us a pheasant. Lovely.
Gifted to pheasant.
He was gifted a pheasant. So
Nice effort.
quite often these shoots, in case you don't know, pheasants are bred in captivity. They're not native to this country. They're native to Asia. They're bred in captivity. They are brought to this country. They are raised in this country, and they're released on the day of the shoot. Now, any that don't get shot then live in the countryside and become a menace to drivers everywhere. But the ones that are shot on these shoots, traditionally, they were shot for meat because it was an exotic delicacy. Nowadays, nobody wants them. So, you know, or...
Yeah, they don't sell well at butchers.
They don't sell well at butchers. So if they shoot... So, like, if you've got 3 people on your shoot and you've killed 30 birds, they don't want 10 each because they'll be eating pheasant for the rest of the year, you know. So, quite often on these shoots, they're desperate to give them away at the end of it. And so, yeah, they gave us one for whiny chops over there.
So when we're having pheasant?
But the thing with pheasant is, when you get a bird from a shoot, you get a whole bird. Feathers, beak, everything. And it is pretty grisly preparing them. So I do understand why people don't necessarily want them. But we've talked about it a lot, haven't we? Because we've both been vegetarians in our lifetime. I now eat meat for my health because no matter what the vegans say,
it doesn't work for everyone.
It doesn't work for everyone. It certainly doesn't work for me. And oh, Sagan, come on. Thank you. But yeah, I feel better when I eat meat, so I am going to eat meat, and that is my cross to bear, you know. But for us, I think Woody would agree with me, it seems hypocritical to eat a chicken or a turkey that was raised in captivity, specifically for the purpose to be killed and eaten, and not eat a pheasant, which has gone through almost exactly the same life cycle. It's just the pheasant...
They're not battery farmed.
Well, yeah, they're not battery farmed, for one. They
are largely free range.
Yeah, but they're free range for about 30 seconds before they get shot at, aren't they?
No, they're released about a month before.
Oh, they're released about a month before. I thought they were released on the day.
Yeah, so they live undercover from when they're chicks for about 8 months, and then they're released.
Then they're released. Yeah. So, I don't know. For us, there's a hypocrisy, or it feels hypocritical to not eat pheasant, even if I disagree with the practice of hunting or shooting.
There's a classism as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I think that's part of it for me as well, is that shooting is very elitist because it costs so much money. And it's almost a flex, isn't it? Because sometimes the more birds you shoot, the more it costs you. So to go into a hobby knowing that depending on how good you are that day, the better you are, the more it's going to cost you. Do you know what I mean? Can you imagine if at the tennis club you had to pay extra of you for every ace you scored? So anyway, we're having pheasant. I won't show you the bit where but I hope I might have convinced you to consider eating pheasant if you ever see it.
And support a local butcher.
Oh yeah, and support a local butcher, yeah. Because it is delicious. It's a bit like duck is how I would describe it. Tastes a bit like duck.
Not quite as rich, I don't think.
Yeah, milder.
Yeah.
Somewhere between turkey and duck. What was that? Was that the dishwasher? Hey? Hey?
Another thing is it can also contribute to the spread of bird flu.
Oh yeah, that's another issue I have. Because they import these birds. They're imported as chicks, aren't they, or as eggs?
They're chicks. They normally come from France.
Yeah, they normally come from France. So if you've got people, unscrupulous people, should we say, who aren't filling in the paperwork or whatever.
Or not properly testing.
Yeah. But we think you're going to get the offal,
It's not that bad.
You know,
you're opening up a whole can of worms with this subject.
I know I am. Can you imagine if this is the video that goes viral because the vegans find it?
You get cancelled.
I get cancelled for eating pheasant. Hello, I'm just editing this section and I've just realised that I never explicitly said that the reason why I am able to overcome my objections to hunting and shooting, of which I have many, to eat pheasant, is because otherwise it would go to waste. So I would rather it didn't happen at all for a lot of the reasons that we discuss in this clip. But if it is going to happen, I would rather people actually ate it than it go to waste. Now, there are some things we need to clear up, or I would like to clarify. So,
I was grossly offended.
About the mugs, the Emma Bridgewater mugs that I said were a very generous gift from Woody at £25 a piece. He has reassured me that he did not pay that much and he got them from Next in a sale. So, apparently
I did buy a couple, it was a pheasant one as well. The pheasant one I picked up on eBay because that was a rare print.
Oh, okay. So some of them are were limited run or whatever.
Or end of run.
And he got them second hand. We love a thrift king.
It's hardly thrifting, seeing as I paid more than they were probably.
I know. Second hand though, we like that. Second hand. So yes, that he has reassured me he did not spend a £25 a mug just so I could have a cup of tea.
But I did get carried away and had to have a set.
Yes.
For the tree.
Yeah. He couldn't cope with a half complete mug tree. So he had to buy 6. Anyway, so that's that cleared up. I'm very sorry that I accused you of being irresponsible with money.
And put it on the internet.
And put it on the internet for everyone to see.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a good thing I'm anonymous.
Yeah. I wish to issue a formal correction. Let it be known he didn't pay full price. I stand by the fact that if you were to pay full price, you are wasting your money.
But they're nice mugs.
Yeah. Not at £25 each, they're not.
Buy the mugs for the life you hope to lead, not the ones you do.
Yeah, they're aspirational mugs. The second thing is, several people have commented now to ask if they can send me something, if I have a PO box, or if they can send me something for Christmas or whatever. And I'm afraid the answer is no. I don't accept gifts. And that is largely because I just don't have the space. Really, I don't think particularly, like, people are incredibly generous. I've had people offer to send me their entire grandmother's vintage knitting sewing pattern collection. I just don't have the space. And so it's not personal. I say no to everyone as a rule. There's also several other complications in that because of where I live, I can't have a local PO box, so I would then have to pay for a PO box and a forwarding service, and so it just gets prohibitively expensive for me. And so as generous as it is for people to offer to send me things, I'm then also going to be out of pocket to just get it to me. Also because I can't drive very far and I barely leave the house, you know, I'm then having to get somebody else to go. I would then, if I were able to get a closer PO box, which I don't know, one might become available, I would probably have to drive to a city, and I just can't do that, so I'm having to delegate that to somebody else. It's a whole thing. So it's really lovely of people to want to send me things. I really do appreciate it. So I'm not saying no because I don't want them. I'm saying no because it's just going to be a logistical headache for everybody involved, and I don't want you to end up getting things returned to sender as well, particularly if it's been international, just because I haven't been able to physically go to a PO box and collect them up. I will also say I've had some incredibly generous Ko-fi donations in the past couple of weeks, to the point where I'm sort of like, is this a mistake? It's just been mind-boggling, so thank you for that. I do really appreciate it. And there's never any obligation to do anything for this channel. Of course there isn't. You know, I don't even ask you to like and subscribe or comment because that feels icky to me. Do whatever you like, you know, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. So if you're here watching, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you are in a position where you are willing to and able to send me money, I mean, just saying it, I'll never ask for it and I'll never expect it. but thank you so much. The only reason I have a Ko-fi is because so many people pestered me into setting one up. If it were up to me, I don't think I'd have had one. But it does make making these videos so much easier, so much better quality, and it means that the things that I want to try that I wouldn't be able to for financial access reasons, whether that's knitting, spinning, sewing, like the Ko-fi donations I received bought my sewing machine, for example. You know, that is how you contribute to this channel. So, oh, thank you very much. Oh, here's a banana. Why am I so bad at this? I mean, I am also really bad at driving, so.
Yeah. You don't have to drive as a
I came ninth.
turtle, do you normally?
Excuse Sagan chewing a chew in the background, but the pheasant is still defrosting, and of course he's going absolutely mental about the fact that there's a pheasant in the house. Anyway, I've been working on my knitting project. So I've divided for the back neck opening like this, and I've gotten to the point now where I've done enough rows and I'm up to the shoulder shaping instructions. Now, this time there definitely is a typo in the pattern, because it says shape shoulder by casting off 5 stitches at beginning of the next 5 rows starting from armhole edge. But of course, if I were to cast off at the beginning of the next 5 rows, I would cast off 5 stitches here, 5 stitches here, 5 stitches here, 5 stitches here, 5 stitches here. So I would have a little shaping to the neckline. And I don't think that's what they want me to do, because I've looked ahead in the pattern and they are asking me to leave 14 stitches on a holder and then come back to those and knit those as the collar, including a garter stitch border, which I've already done for the placket here. So I'm presuming they're expecting those 14 stitches to be on this end so that they line up. And also, why would you have like a high neck jumper like that where there's a weird gap in the back and it doesn't overlap? It doesn't make any sense. So they must mean cast off 5 stitches at the beginning of every row at the armhole edge, or at the beginning of the next every other row 5 times, sort of thing. Does that make sense? But what's more, I've compared. Hello.
The person to ask has arrived.
Let me see if I can show you. I have here this jumper that I've knitted from a vintage pattern from Subversive Pen, actually, as well, now I think about it. But of course they're not from the same original designer. But you can see how short this armhole is. So if I'm matching them up under the armhole, there. Hang on, it moved. Even if I've done some maths now. 5 rows would only be another 1.5 cm-ish. And 10 rows, which is what I think they mean, would be another 3.5 cm-ish. Bit more like 3.8 or something. Well, are you making a little nest for yourself there, Sagan? But it's quite short, and that armhole, as a result, is going to be really tight in the armpit. So I don't know whether I want to add length here or not, or whether I'm going by the same principle as the length of the body and that it's going to grow. I think what I'm going to do is trust my instinct and shape from the outside edge and cast off 5 stitches over 10 rows, because that's the only thing that really makes any sense to me. We'll just have to hope for the best, really. But also I'm a bit nervous comparing this green jumper to this autumny coloured one. It is a lot smaller in every direction, and I do really like the way that this autumny one fits. I think I'm just going to have to plough on and see at this point, aren't I? Because I've done as much as I can to try and mitigate any fit issues by swatching and constantly measuring and blocking and things like that. So it's just a lot of work, isn't it, for it to not fit. Not at all weird. Smells delicious. And I forgot to say, I finished the back of my jumper.
It's a great bit of footage there.
Here we go. So I mean, it looks like I would expect the back of a jumper to look. It's just, that's the outside. Facing you is the outside. So don't let the stitches fall off the needle holders. Oh my god, look! Oh no!
That's not what I was humming.
Oh, why?
One of your needles has come off. The way you handed it to me.
It's my own fault. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hold it.
I've got it.
Oh, I see. It's completely come off.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course it's the one with the more stitches on. That is supposed to go there.
Oh.
And then that
I
is
see.
like only just coming up under the armpit. And the waist, the ribbing is there, and it needs to be more.
It is curled in though.
Down there.
Quite a lot, and it expands when it gets wet, doesn't it?
What I might have to do is I might have to block this bit before I carry on. Oh, I know, Sagan. It's not gonna fit. It's not gonna fit.
Oh, pay attention.
Woody.
Don't say your real name.
Oh, yeah.
Have you got it? Have you got
Yeah,
it?
I've got it.
See? Pheasant. You wouldn't know, would you?
It's just a little bit darker.
Just a little bit darker. And Woody thinks he might have overdone it a bit.
Yeah, trusty Google.
I mean, it tastes great. Tastes just like turkey, really.
It was fresh. I hadn't let it to.
Yeah.
So some people say you should leave it for like a couple of weeks before you eat it.
Yeah, and then that's when the gamey flavour develops. But if you eat it fresh, you don't get that. So. Oh no, look at my candles. Ignore the junk. But Christmas, pretty. Good morning. It is Monday the 9th. It's just gone 10 o'clock. I'm on my second cup of tea of the day. Just done my vagus nerve stimulation. Had breakfast. A couple of people asked about this. This is a TENS machine and I'm using it for transdermal vagus nerve stimulation. There is emerging evidence to suggest that this can help a variety of symptoms, but including ones chronic fatigue, ME, POTS related. This is not medical advice. I'm just a random woman on the internet. Do not believe a word I say because I'm frequently wrong. If you are interested in doing it and you want to look into it more or talk to your doctor about it, that is up to you. It's transdermal vagus nerve stimulation is what you need to go and research. If it is something you're interested in, what I would say is there are a lot of companies currently doing a social media marketing campaign to try and sell you these devices for an extortionate amount of money when you can just buy a TENS machine and an ear clip for a fraction of the price. So this is not medical advice, but if you need a bargain like I do, there you go. Do with that information what you will. I am of course not recommending you try it. It takes a very long time to feel any benefit, allegedly, according to the very little emerging research we have. And I have not been doing it long enough to report back on whether I feel any different or not. So I am persevering largely because I have the time and the energy and the capacity to experiment with these things when a lot of people don't. So anyway, today I am going back to my mum and dad's house. So that's another thing. Somebody, I've got an itch. Oh. So quite a couple of people asked if I live with Woody now, and basically the answer is mostly yes. I still have to go back to my mum and dad's a couple of times a week, mostly to get a good night's sleep, but also for pacing reasons. So I have a lot of things to do today in the town where my mum and dad live, and so it just saves a lot of energy and is better pacing if I can go back to their house and I limit the driving I do, because Like otherwise I would have been driving in and out of town like 4 times today, which is not very sensible, particularly because I just cannot drive when I'm tired. It's not safe, and when you live in the rural countryside you have to have your wits about you, particularly with a storm that's hopefully blown over by now. So yes, I'm going into town to do some really boring things, and I'll be at Mum and Dad's tonight, so that'll be fun. Change of scene for you. My knitting, hang on, excuse the mess. Anyway, I've pinned it out. I think it's going to fit. It's just really difficult to tell. So like, it's possibly a bit on the small side, but will stretch. So at 36 bust currently there. The waist looks like it will fit easily, and the length, it's just the length that way that's a bit short. Oh God, vintage patterns, man, they're so difficult. Why don't I pick something easier for a Vlogmas project? Depends how long and high the ribbing is as well. But I think I've decided I'm just going to carry on. I don't want to have to redo this. I want to finish this by the end of December. So I'm just going to have to persevere. And if it doesn't fit me, I'll give it away on Ko-fi, you know. Lots of people have admired it. I'm sure it will fit somebody. C'est la vie. It's sort of this width as well that appears really narrow to me. But the gauge is right. The gauge is right. In case anybody doesn't believe me, you can count it for yourself. Hang on, there's a bit missing off the end of that tape measure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to an inch. Do you see that? That's what the pattern told me. Sorry, that was probably a bit loud for you. And in terms of rows, 28 divided by 4 is 7. Have you got 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the gauge is right. The gauge is right. Do you see that? That's too high. I need to rest. Now, Woody might forget his tools, but he always remembers that I can't use a big knife. He's cute. I was about to go in the garden, but I actually feel a bit wobbly, so... because what I wanted to show you was, you know how I bought that bird feeder bell, and I made a joke about, I hope it brings me £3 worth of joy, and it then disintegrated when I tried to hold it up, hang it up, sorry. Well, it didn't survive the storm. Great. Money well spent. Let's just hope the pigeons don't get it, and neither does Sagan. Hello. Please excuse the terrible lighting. It's been a little while since we've had this set up, hasn't it? So yes, I am now here at my mum and dad's for a little bit. Got some things to do in town tonight and tomorrow, so pacing. I've got my knitting. So I'm ready to cast on for the front, which is the same as the back until past the waistline. So I'm hoping I can just sort of cast on and go and sort of knit mindlessly while I'm here. I don't know how much else I'll get to show you this evening. So again, this might have been a very weird day, a very short day for you, because I have worked on a vlog, rested, driven here, rested, and then not done much else. Talked to my mum, apologised to her for making fun of her northern accent, like I can talk. Anyway, I'm going to try and cast on. I think I need 90 stitches, so let's see if I can get that done before I eat my tea. Oh, and one of the things I should say, I was a lot more careful when I took out the yarn band of this one with the pointy arrow, and it looks like it hasn't snagged. So either I just got lucky, or I just got unlucky with the other one, or me being more careful has made a difference. Now, I know this might be a bit of a stretch, but I think it is possible, just ever so slightly, that I might have overestimated the length of my long tail cast-on tail. Just a smidge, just a smidge. Still a massive flame. Good morning. It's still morning just. It's the 10th of December today. I do not feel my best, did not sleep well, am not feeling my most resilient, shall we say. But my mum hasn't decorated her Christmas tree yet, so I think that's what I'm going to spend my spoons on today, my energy, and try and get a little bit in the festive spirit. So my mum has kept this Santa that I made at school at least 20 years. We were trying to remember when exactly I made it and how old I was. What did you just say, Mum? I can't have been 11.
You must have been 7 because you would have been better by 11.
Mm-hmm.
No offence.
So, I don't know how to take that. I don't know whether to interpret that as I was a very crafty 11-year-old or an incompetent 7-year-old. There's one task left. Are you ready? This is my mum's new fairy she's bought for the top of the tree. We never used to have a fairy, we used to have a star.
Yeah, but it always goes wonky, so I'm hoping this will be better.
So hopefully we can keep her on the straight and narrow. Was she in shot? There she is. She's got a little nusnacker underneath. Got a couple more. Would you say there was a theme this year, Mum?
Big decorations.
Big decorations. We basically decided we couldn't be arsed. Oh yeah.
Oh look, and another nusnacker
Oh,
you made.
so this nusnacker I made when I was in A-level textiles.
Knacker.
This nussknacker.
Was in case you say it and then the German says something on your website.
She's recording.
So this is another nussknacker that I made when I was an A-level textile student, so at least 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, would have been 12 years ago, would have been Christmas 2012, and so this was like an A-level textiles project, and like, I wasn't very good at sewing once upon a time. You can see how uneven his boots are, and like, can you see how I haven't really well turned out his hands there, and like the stitching is coming undone and stuff, and like the gold details are just painted on. His embroidered face, his hair is literally like quilt batting. But it's another one that Mum's kept. So do we think he meets the criteria to go on the tree? Or do I have to hide him at the back like the other one?
I should put him for company with you.
With the other one. Okay! So they can have their own little delegation. Claude's previous Christmas crafts. There's a crafts of Christmas past. There we go. Got me synapses working enough to make a Dickens joke. I'm gonna put that back in front of them. We've had this, which is currently in a spotlight. We've had this little china bell as long as I can remember, and my mum seems to think it came from Germany when my parents lived there. And now my dad is from a southern Catholic region of Germany, right? Kind of. But I believe that this is a southern German thing, Catholic thing. So I'm hoping you can elaborate. We think this is a Christkind bell, basically. So the tradition whereby the children leave, the parents ring a bell on the Christmas tree, and that's when the presents appear. And it's the Christkind who is, I'll probably get my pronunciation corrected on that one too, that's brought the presents. But none of us can remember. So if you have one similar to this, or if you can elaborate on this tradition for me. We can't remember where it comes from. We're not sure whether it's like a regional German thing or whether it's a... Because I know like they have parades and stuff about the Christkind and stuff in some parts of Germany. But this is the like third country child dilemma of we have this tradition and we're not sure where it comes from. So perhaps you can elaborate. Either way, it's very cute. But we don't think she's making it onto the Christmas tree this year. Don't think there's any room.
You can find a space.
Should I find a space for her? So I have used my time at Mum and Dad's, because I've been thinking about spinning, to dig out my spinning supplies. And so I found some of these that I've spun previously. And then I've just sat here and tried to ply some up, which again, not massively successful. And I do have this spindle, but it's not great. And I've been trying again to see if I can get it finer. It's just not very comfortable to do in bed. Really gutted because I really want to give it a go, but I just don't think it's right for me. And I have looked into some e-spinners, but they're all out of stock currently. Apparently there is new stock coming from America in the spring. So maybe that's something. I just have to be patient. Has to be. Has to be. Second cup of tea of the day. Number's going off. No! 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 Welcome back. Just been sat here drinking my tea, waiting for the Hoover to be done. Today is Wednesday. Oh gosh, Wednesday the 11th of December. Naturally, it's Vlogmas. I've been awake since about 4:30. I didn't have a great evening last night, and as a result, December Vlogmas 10 was late going up, so I apologise for that. But I was in a lot of pain, so I'm not that sorry. I also haven't done a lot of my knitting. Yay! I think that was a grand total of 4 rows. Today I'm going to see a friend this afternoon, so I won't take you along for that because that's a little bit invasive. So it'll probably just be you and me hanging out here this morning doing some Vlogmasy stuff. I want to say thank you all as well for your comments on the controversial Sunday roast video. I sort of titled it that as a joke. I didn't think it was that controversial, but it's been actually been really interesting to read how people have different attitudes to these things, particularly on where they're from around the world. Because yeah, hunting is very elitist in Britain, very elitist, and we still have lots of like quite archaic poaching laws and things, to the extent that like if you hit something with your car, you have to, if you want to eat it, you have to pay the landowner and stuff like that. It's, I don't know, I can't get into it. And so reading about how different that is in other parts of the world has been really interesting, actually. Haven't drunk my water. A bird. It's going for the bird seed on the ground. Oh my god, there's loads of them. Am I going to scare them? There's a robin. Can you see them? Oh, yes, eat the bird seed. Ah. I'm basically David Attenborough at this point. Oh, blackbird being territorial there. I'm literally David Attenborough. The female blackbird is known to chase the smaller species and is very territorial. That's about all I know about blackbirds. Not quite £3 worth of joy, because I've also got to compensate for all the frustrations that have stolen some of the joy. So yeah, I went round to see my mum and dad, and my mum has given us a load of Christmas decorations that were sort of hers, or like from her collection that she either doesn't want anymore or she's lent me. And so I've got some more decorations I want to put up, but it's not, having woken up when I woke up this morning, given the pain I'm in and the fact of going out later, we're not doing that because that would be bad pacing. So I had great fun decorating her Christmas tree yesterday. I think I got some cracking footage of like sort of the two of like my parents in the background making funny remarks and stuff. So I'll see whether that makes it into the final edit or whether that's like a private family joke that I just send to them. But yeah, that really made me laugh. We don't normally put our Christmas tree up this early, but then I do think both my parents were teachers professionally, and so like Christmas in our house never started until the Christmas holidays started. So we always put it up, you know, like a maximum of like maybe a week or 2 weeks before Christmas. And I always thought that was sort of like tradition, but I actually think it's just because they were so exhausted when it came to the end of term. They were like, no, it's not happening. It's funny how your attitude to these things change, isn't it? So, and I suppose because we always celebrated Advent, there was always Advent decorations. There's always like some Christmas stuff out. It was just the tree. And yeah, my mum was like, I cannot be bothered this year. I'm just like finding all the biggest decorations I can and chucking them on. I thought that was really funny. She was like, no, I can't be dealing with fiddly little things. And I wonder how many times, whether I caught this in the footage, how many times I dropped like really precious decorations. I would go to hang things up and they would just like slide off my fingers and I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry, Mum. But nothing broke, thankfully. So yes, that was really nice. I didn't get a lot of the errands done that I was supposed to do in town, which was the whole reason I went to stay with my mum and dad anyway. but I'll just have to try again. This is one of the things about being chronically ill, about keeping on top of things, that is so difficult, because I suppose I have gotten better at this. There was a time when I would have just pushed through. I just would have gone to the post office and I would have just stood in the queue at the pharmacy, and I would have just waited ages and walked. If I couldn't find a parking space near enough, I would have just walked around the corner or whatever, which is all bad for me and I shouldn't do it, and I would always pay for it afterwards. Whereas now I'm just not willing to suffer for the sake of going to the post office. So, you know, if I get to the post office and the blue badge space outside the post office has a car in it, I'll just go home. I'm not hanging around, I'm not faffing about, I'll just try again another day. And that does mean things get delayed and put off. And it's a fine balance between feeling like you're spiraling and things are getting out of control. But what I have gotten better at is that when I start to feel like that, if it's been 2 weeks and I still haven't been able to post that thing that needs posting or do my Amazon return or whatever, and the date's coming up, I just ask for help. I just say to somebody, I just delegate to somebody else. I'm really sorry, I've been trying to do this thing, I haven't been able to do it, please could you do it for me? And people are very generous in helping out, generally. And I know the older I've gotten as well, I think this is one of the things that being a chronically ill teenager, my friends just couldn't cope. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do, they didn't know what to say, they didn't know how to help, and many of them just, I suppose now the term would be ghosted me, sort of like just gradually drifted away from me and my life. Whereas now as I'm older, and my social circle tends to sway older as well, everybody's got something on in their life. If they've not had some health issue themselves, which is sort of like by the time you get to your 30s and 40s, it's not uncommon for people to have had some major diagnosis in their life of one form or another, in terms of either physical health or mental health. They're either caring for an elderly parent or they've got young kids and they know. So I've found that my social circle has become more generous and more understanding as I've gotten older. And I don't know whether that's just because I've gotten better at asking for help or whether the people around me have gotten more understanding. I don't know, it's sort of been going around on the old doom scrolly apps, hasn't it, at the minute, this idea of like be the village or whatever. If you want to live in a village, then you have to be the village to other people. Or if you want that sense of community, then you have to be a friend to other people first. And I don't know whether that is a change that other people are experiencing in their lives or in their community, a shift that they've noticed, but it's certainly one I've noticed in mine. And I will say, I'm thinking particularly about this friend I'm about to go and see, I would say that is one of the very few benefits or like plus sides, I would say, of being chronically ill or disabled, is I think it's made me a better friend, partly because I have the time to put into that, building those sorts of relationships, because I'm not doing much else. So, you know, I can, in the same way that I can ask my friends to go to the post office for me, if they need important documents sending somewhere that needs to be signed for at the post office or whatever, because they're buying a house, I can take those in for them because I've got the time to do that in the middle of the day when nobody else is around, you know, when they're at work. Or, I don't know, there are other small examples that aren't coming to me right now. But that's the one aspect of it, the practical aspect of it. But also just emotionally, I have the bandwidth and I feel like maybe the experience to be there for my friends in hard times. You know, when other people lead very busy lives and are exhausted from work and stressed and all that sort of thing, and so they don't necessarily have the time to be constantly checking in with a friend or making sure they make time for a coffee or whatever. I don't have anything else to do, so I can do that. And my friends are very accommodating of, no, I'm not going to that really noisy pub with the sports matches on the TV. Let's go somewhere quiet. Let's do afternoon tea. Let's do coffee. Let's come around my house and sit on my sofa. You know, so I feel very lucky for that. I don't know, is any of this going to make the cut? I don't know. Have I just been rambling for like half an hour? Oh, 10 minutes, not that bad. One of the other benefits of being mates with me is that we're trying to book to go to the theatre, a group like for Christmas, a group of me and my friends, and of course you do get some disability perks, like particularly we're talking about driving up to London, so no congestion charge, no ULEZ, no I'm getting like companion tickets, access rate for the theatre. It's a sweet deal, I'm not gonna lie. So not that anybody is really in disability for the financial incentives, are they? But it is at least nice that if my friends are going to all the effort to make sure I'm included, because it is a faff, let's be honest. Oh, going anywhere with a disability or with a mobility aid is a faff. If they are, you know, willing to make all those accommodations for me, it's just nice that they get a slightly cheaper ticket. Or they don't have to pay the congestion charge. Silly, I know. Do we think that my hand knit socks and the merino hand knit socks I made for Woody last Christmas are going to survive what is supposedly a wool wash cycle in that washing machine? Because I don't know about you, but my previous washing machine, the wool wash, it filled up the bottom with water and the clothes sat there for a bit and it turned them over and then it sat there for a bit longer and it turned them over. It is on 20 degrees, so that's my only hope of saving literally all my hand knit socks. Oh shit. Oh, it stopped. God knows what it's going to do to my socks in that time, but it has at least now stopped churning them about. Clumsy at the minute. I did double check, and the yarn the merino yarn I used for Woody's socks is superwash. So hopefully we'll get away with it. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. They survived. My God, the focus on this. I've killed this camera with Vlogmas, I think. Might need a new one. But the socks have survived. They're not felted. They haven't shrunk. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Many apologies. Had a lovely afternoon. Seeing my friend. We're having a quiet night. We had pizza for tea. I'm working on Vlogmas. Woody's also working. Have you had a busy day? Yeah?
He's unfortunately had a very rubbish day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sagan.
You. It was too cold for you to stay outside and you didn't want to be anywhere else other than the car.
Didn't want to get out of bed this morning, did he?
No. It's a good thing about having a dog that doesn't want to get up in the morning is it keeps you fit carrying him down the stairs. Funny sausage, actually. You just want to spend time with Claude.
Good morning. I stand corrected. Good afternoon. I slept until 11:30 and I feel incredibly groggy. I've definitely been running on adrenaline this week, which is of course what you're not supposed to do. Several late nights, not sleeping, you know, having to try and get things done, all that sort of stuff. And I went for a lovely chat with my friend yesterday and we sort of like sat by her log burner with a cup of tea, you know, and just had a chat. And I didn't realise how badly I needed that, and I slept until 11:30 as a result. sort of like was finally able to switch off whatever was going on. What was I saying? So I've finally sort of been able to get rid of that wired feeling and sleep really well, really deeply, but it obviously wasn't enough because I still feel like I'm going to fall asleep at any moment. So we're going with it, we're giving in, and I am behind on replying to comments and reading comments, and it is sort of one of those things that had been on my potential to do this for today, but when I am this groggy, the brain oh god, I was going to say the brain fog, but given that those words didn't come out right, I'm going to extend that to be all the cognitive symptoms that I experience, including speech and language difficulties, are massively worse. So reading and trying to reply to comments is probably not a good idea today, so I'm sorry if you feel like I'm not there in the comment section with you. I will be. Bear with me. Hope you liked my cosy Christmas tree decorating with my mum and dad and their funny interjections. And my dad did, I double checked with my dad about that little China bell, and he said, yes it is, I am right about the tradition, but he doesn't know where that bell's come from, because his family never celebrated that, they only celebrated the Weihnachtsmann. So, which is like Santa, Father Christmas. Probably closer to Father Christmas, I would imagine, than Santa. So maybe somebody gave it to my parents, or like my mum bought it from a souvenir shop or something, or a German Christmas market or something when they lived in Germany. But yeah, I will be interested to read some more context around it and whether you celebrate it or not as well. Because we always celebrated, I think quite deliberately, we always celebrated the British Father Christmas tradition of like very, you know, in the Santa American sort of way, in that like he, you know, flies in a sleigh and comes down the chimney on Christmas Eve, just because obviously that would have been quite awkward for us at school. However, I do distinctly remember when people were trying to convince me as a child that Father Christmas wasn't real. How can he possibly fly around the world and visit all those children in one night? I went home to my parents and was like, was Father Christmas not real? And they were, how can he fly to all the people in one night? And my mum and dad were like, well, he doesn't, because in Germany he comes on the 6th and it's the Christkind and all this sort of stuff, sort of justifying it to me, like people in different countries have different traditions and he visits them on different days, and in the Orthodox Church, you know. So that was very sweet of them. So what am I going to do today? Probably, I don't know if I can get dressed. I did have a bath yesterday, so that kind of makes me feel a bit better. Did I have a bath yesterday? Or was that the day before? No, I had a bath yesterday, so I don't feel quite as gross, although you can probably tell my hair could probably do with a wash. Oh, I should go upstairs and brush my teeth. Oh, it's such a long way away. No, I'll do that. I should do that, and I'll stick some dry shampoo in my hair, wash my face, and then I'll set up for a day of knitting on the sofa and watching YouTubes. I might treat myself to a Christmas film, you know. My friend had already decorated, so her house was really Christmassy with the fire and everything, and I was like, oh, so now I'm in the Christmas spirit. I still got to do all my Christmas shopping, but God knows what and when I'm going to be able to do that. Right, toothbrush, here I come. I'm moving. I'm getting closer. graceful. I've just been watching a female blackbird and another brown bird that I can't see what it is. It's very small. Could be a robin, could be a wren or a sparrow. Eat my bird seed on the ground. I wasn't quick enough with the camera to catch them, but it's probably the same female blackbird as well, so that's nice. She knows she can come to my garden. She's welcome here. It's 6:30 coming up, and Woody isn't home from work. And I always feel for him a bit, and I always feel a bit guilty then in myself, because he worked really hard, he's got to walk Sagan, and then he's got to come in and cook for me, because I can't do it. And yes, I know he would also have to cook for himself, but like on a day like this, when he could like stop off at McDonald's or whatever, if he was really knackered, I can't, that's not going to work for me. So it always just really sucks. I just wish I could do more to help on days like this. It doesn't feel like a very fair partnership, because I've literally done nothing all day apart from lie on the sofa and knit. Haven't even made any good Vlogmas content really. I'm starting to feel a bit more myself, which helps. So, you know, I'm just like, oh, because the last thing he probably wants to do when he gets in is start. He probably just wants to like have a shower and go to bed. He says he's going to ring me in a minute when he's finished. That's the thing, even just mentioning it, I feel guilty for like making it about myself, about how I feel, that I feel guilty. I'm going to make myself feel better by looking to see what's in the freezer. We've got some burgers, some like bean burgers, chips and peas. There's probably a tin of beans in the cupboard as well, so like baked beans, I mean. So if that's it, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. Because I can probably even manage to put some stuff on a tray and stick it in the oven. I just hope he's all right, really. It's just a long time for me to be on my own, alone with my own thoughts. And I know I woke up at 11:30, but it's feeling like a long day. Gonna make a cup of tea. Oh, bean burgers and chips it is. So I've just got off the phone with Woody. So he's taking the dogs for a walk because he's dog sitting. He's been dog sitting today, which has added to the stress. So they're going for a nice little walk. And then I'm going to preheat the oven and shove everything in the oven so that hopefully by the time he gets here, there's not too much work to do. So I'm also trying to do the dishwasher very slowly and gently and with lots of rests. So I partly put you on for that reason, to remind myself not to do anything stupid. So here we go. What am I doing? I've done something stupid already. Take all of them. Fewer trips. Okay, dishwasher is empty. I'm out of breath, but my heart rate is under 100. Made myself a tea. I'm gonna sit down for a bit and then come back and try and fill it up. Hello. Oh, so today had to stop quite early on with this because my hand started to hurt, but hang on. Hang on. Basically I'm here, so I'm about to start the waistline ribbing, so I thought that'll be nice and mindless to do in front of the telly. And the reason, and I want to get this done tonight because tomorrow I want to focus on the next section for the front, because something I hadn't realised, having said that there was no tricky techniques in this design, is actually the white stripes of the insert a photo here of the design of the like military style bars or whatever, frogging. It's done with intarsia. Then I thought they were knitted strips that were then sewn on, which I could do, but no, this is done with intarsia instead. So, I mean, intarsia is fine. It's not that difficult. At least it's not that difficult for me. It just requires a lot of yarn management, and that's not something I can do with Sagan around, because he likes to hold soft, ball-shaped things in his mouth. We'll forgive him, but you know, that's what they bred him for. But it does make my evening knitting less relaxing, shall we say. So I want to get this bit done, and then we can work on the intarsia for the front. I still need to deal with that little snag there, but that will be okay. Yes, so that means that this front section bit will take longer. Now it's also intarsia done on the sleeves, so I feel like this project is going to slow down now, meaning it might not happen before the end of December, but that's okay. Also, seeing as, I had so many plans to do all kinds of different Christmas crafts this Vlogmas, but so far all I've done is knit and rest, which, I don't know why I thought I would miraculously feel better just because it's December and Vlogmas and get loads of crafting done, or because like my entire life currently is knitting and resting, and that's about it. So it's a very accurate reflection of reality, but I apologise if the content is getting a bit boring. So maybe I'll make a special effort to sort of like have one day and do something else, depending on how I feel when I wake up tomorrow morning. I'm sure I will feel a lot better. I'm sure I will feel a lot better as long as I sleep. Anyway, I have been resting between unloading the dishwasher, and now I'm going to go and reload it. And I am exporting what will be Vlogmas Day 12. So it's been a funny old day. I didn't manage to watch a Christmas film, but what I did do was I catched up. Oh, hang on, why did I put this in my face? So I didn't manage to watch a cosy Christmas film, but I did catch up on Rachel Behan's Vlogmas, which I am loving. Several people were like, can't believe you don't watch Rachel Behan. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Perfect. My vibe, absolutely. Cosy and chill, but not too slow paced. Yes, so I am procrastinating getting off the floor. I know. I'm going to switch the camera off before I do that because you don't need to see that. I think I'm going to put some salt on those because they're not really drying out. That green one can go. Yes, I know, you don't like having this thing on top of you. It might be a little bit too packed into that tray. What do you think? Oh well. Bon appetit. Look at me, domestic goddess. Morning. Had to get the nail clippers out because Sagan was being very needy and wouldn't leave me alone, and I need to film. I've got he was also after this festive Bakewell tart. They put sprinkles on it instead of a glacier cherry. Anyway, I didn't quite get my ribbing finished yesterday. We were like still eating dinner at nearly 9 o'clock. Oh God, it's awful, but we managed. I managed to shove everything in the oven. Woody dished everything up. But yeah, as you can imagine, after a day like that, we sort of just sat on the sofa chatting about everything. Yeah, it's just really hard on days like that to be so incapacitated and then know that my partner is going to have come in from like a really shitty day to find me still in my pyjamas having done nothing at all, and that's a totally internal thing. That's never been any pressure that Woody's ever put on me. My parents were the same. There was never anything in that regard. But you can't help but acknowledge that when somebody's had a really rough day and is absolutely exhausted when they come in from actually doing hard things, compared to me exhausted from lying on the sofa all day not doing anything, it just, that there's a little bit of an imbalance there. Anyway, we had food in the freezer and I was able to then at least, holy shit, these are not 4mm needles, they're 4.5mm needles. I've only just realised. Good thing I used them because I wouldn't have gotten gauge otherwise. What I was saying is one of the plus sides, at least yesterday, me having sat on the sofa all day and done nothing and sort of just powered through the pain, meant that I was then perfectly happy to just sit there and listen to whatever Woody needed to get off his chest about his bad day. So at least I could be an emotional support, I guess. But that did mean I didn't get much knitting done because that is a little bit passive aggressive, isn't it? Oh yes, darling, tell me about how terrible your day is. I'm listening. So I've only got 4 rows of ribbing done and then I need to start on the intarsia. But I also, time's ticking on. It's the 13th today and I haven't started on my Christmas cards. So I wonder whether today I would be better off trying to make a start on that. Still also haven't got any of my decorations out of the car. That's ambitious. I definitely don't have the energy for that. Do I want to try and do some light lino printing or some of the intaglio? I think we can try and do both, right? I can do a little bit of knitting and then do a little bit of printing. So I think let's do knitting in the morning and printing in the afternoon. How does that sound? Is that okay with you? You don't get a choice, actually. Sorry. Shouldn't have asked. I've lost the bloody buttons again. And I've searched down all the back of the sofa cushions and I'm knackered. So it looks like I'm watching YouTube on my phone. Found them. I swear to God, I'm going to attach a bell to these or something. Okay, we've been knitting on and off for about an hour, depending on the demands of His Highness over there. But I have done my first bit of the intarsia. Now, I always get a slightly dodgy join in intarsia, but I believe that's sort of just part of it and I have to accept it. Maybe blocking will help, but I think it looks okay. It's wider than I expected. I'm going to look at the pictures again. No, maybe that is right. I don't know, for some reason I expected they get longer as they go up, so I don't know, maybe that's throwing off my sort of perception. But anyway, one of the things I hadn't anticipated from this 1930s knitting pattern is the fact that they give you instructions for doing the increases simultaneously with the intarsia. So it's not just like increase every 8th row. Oh yeah, and by the way, you're doing intarsia as well at the same time. They actually give you instructions. So it will say knit, do this for 3 times, and then they give you the instruction for the increase row, and then they're like, okay, and now you're doing 2 more rows of intarsia or whatever. So That was an unexpected pleasure. That's made it a lot more straightforward. Having been like, oh, there are no difficult techniques in this one and doing intarsia, I'm so glad that there's a technique. It's actually completely renewed my enthusiasm to work on this to the extent that I don't want to go and do my Christmas cards now. Just want to sit here and knit. But yes, hopefully it's going to be cute. It did strike me that I would have knit the sleeves 2 at a time. But I don't like the idea of doing intarsia 2 at a time, so I'm going to have to knit 2 sleeves separately, which I don't really enjoy doing, but I think given the shaping and everything and the yarn management, I'll just have to deal with doing 2 sleeves one after another. I could have, of course, or I suppose I could put this on hold and start a sleeve, and that might alleviate some of my boredom. But I'm really into doing this now, so I'm not going to do that. Can you see them? There's a robin and a blackbird eating my bird seed. Eek! They're looking at me. Go on, yes, it's okay. There he is. Look at the robin. Oh, thank you for posing for the camera. Okay, I've had my £3 worth of joy. Everything from here is basically free. So I've got my Tetra Pak and my YouTube tutorial, and I'm kind of just going to do a practice run, I think. I don't want to do something, or maybe I'll do something Christmassy for fun, but not something that's going to make it onto the final card, just because I want to get to grips with this technique first. I don't know if I've been too ambitious to try and do 2 colours in this, but we'll see. Anyway, I also am probably going to need more Tetra Pak, but better get drinking some more tea. What shall we make our sketch? Should we do like... Should we do like a reindeer? This pencil is not going to show up. I don't think I have anything softer. I mean, I can't even see that, never mind you. Oh, I really don't want to have to go back down the stairs. Something else I know about myself is that I can't draw from, like, mind's eye. I need a reference image. Should we go for something a bit like that, but more me, I guess. And by that I mean probably not as good. Yeah, I seem to think actually that maybe the face needs to be a bit longer and the ears need to sort of come out like that. Okay.
This one's my favourite. There are lots of different ends available. And I'm just going to score into my Tetra Pak.
Definitely got like a direction it prefers. It prefers to go this way for some reason. Oh wow, I am rubbish at this. I mean, it's good to experiment, I suppose. Now this lady here has talked about gender assumed there, but how you can peel off some bits to get like a deeper impression. Oh, yeah, I see exactly what she means. Okay. So my little dear reindeer possibly is going to have a very dark nose, like pupils as well. Oh, that worked. It's gonna look really demonic now. Maybe. So I've got the press set up, just out of shot there, but I can't find my black ink, so we're gonna have to use the orange. And my friend Holly said I need to ink up this with a toothbrush, so I'm not sure about that. I don't know if you've got the right type of ink, but let's try. I can't get this out. Can't squeeze it. Okay, I think we're going to have to just dip because I'm not strong enough for that. That's going to be my bit of paper. So she said I have to do this quite gently. Oh God. Do we think this is gentle? Got a pin here, so maybe I can pin it down. I might get some pinpricks then as a result, but oh well. How am I supposed to be gentle with this? I'm getting ink all over the back. She's got gloves on. Maybe I should have worn my gardening gloves. Okay. And then she said to use a piece of card to scrape the excess ink off. And a bit of Tetra Pak do. She said mount board, so polish the rest of it off. And I've got inky fingerprints all over it. Looking quite demonic. Right, I'm going to wash my hands. Oh, I also need to dampen the paper. Let's move the mess somewhere the dog can't get it. Right. Block. Just blotting my paper like Holly taught me. Just put that on top. Oh wait, no, I've done that wrong already. It's got to go between the sheets. There we go. And then blanket on top. And then we roll it through. I've got it quite tight, so I might struggle with this. Here we go. Shall we see if anything happened? Oh my god, it worked! I can't believe that! I was so skeptical. I mean, the reindeer does look a little bit deranged. I'll give you that, it's not my finest artwork. But I can't believe that was a success. I really can't. I was like, this is gonna look absolutely terrible. But I did it! Yay! Okay, I think I need some more practice. Okay, so I've gone for one very simple, which is just like random stars and circles, and one heart. And then I've gone for like an orange slice because I've got orange ink. I think this could look quite effective. And yes, I did have to look up what an orange looked like. So I'm going to carve these and come back to you. The battery died, didn't it? But you are just in time for the reveal. Ooh, okay, cute. Some of the stars, don't know if you can see that. Some of the stars there didn't catch any ink, so obviously didn't press hard enough. And you can see on some of them that, like, if you make a mistake, you make a mistake, it's there. So I really like my little orange slice though. I think that's really cute. I've definitely learnt some good lessons from doing this. Namely, make sure to pick a design where it's not going to be the end of the world, if a line goes a little bit off, because it is quite difficult for me to do. I don't know whether it's because this is not right for me. I don't know whether because it jingles about and I struggle with the continuous downward pressure anyway. Yes, so with the holly and the Christmas tree were, I think, the ones I want to do. So I think they'll work. But this is not going to happen today because it is nearly 4:30. I'm tired. Oh, I'm covered in ink. And I've got a video to edit still. So I'm going to tidy up. I'm going to leave all this out and then hopefully we'll be ready for not tomorrow. Shit, I've got things on tomorrow. Might have to be Sunday at this rate. So today is Saturday. It's nearly 3:15. I haven't had a good morning at all, really. It's been very emotionally draining, but I'm going back to Mum and Dad's tonight. I'm going to see some friends, and Mum and I have plans to go to a Christmas carols concert. We were going to go to one tonight, but we actually think we're going to go to one tomorrow, which is in a slightly nicer church. And it's at like a more convenient time and stuff, so I'm just going to go and I'm going to stay tonight with Mum and Dad and then be back here Sunday evening. I'm looking forward to seeing my friends this afternoon. We're just going to the pub for like a cup of tea. A cosy afternoon, you know, catch up before everybody leaves town for the holidays. But yeah, I'm not feeling my most chipper. I'm trying to be kind to myself. I know this group of friends will understand. Just feel like I can't catch a break at the moment. Anyway, gotta get my shoes on. I've got to drive, so I've got to get my head in gear for that. Woody, bless him, is working today. So, I mean, I guess I would have just been sat at home knitting on my own anyway. But I don't know. I don't think we'll get an episode today. I don't think I'll get yesterday's episode edited today. Oh, also, it's the Strictly Come Dancing final tonight, and I think that might have influenced my mum's decision to try and reschedule the carol concert, but that's okay. So I'm going to go and watch that with her, because I usually watch, but I haven't this year, just because, like everything else in my life at the moment, I'm struggling to get into anything. But of course, it has been incredible to watch Chris McCausland, is that his name? McCausland? Who, if you don't know, is a comedian, and he's also blind and has been blind since he was 25 or something like that, I can't remember. And he is just the most fabulous dancer. And watching his journey, there are other people in the competition who are better dancers than him, but watching his journey, it's not even so much like it's inspirational, it's just fascinating. It's just fascinating to see what he can do in spite of his disability. I don't know, maybe other people would call it inspiring, but... And I'm told that it's inspired lots of blind people. Apparently, like, there's been a surge in blind people signing up for dance lessons and stuff, which is amazing. Because I feel very passionately about accessible dance, because once upon a time in my life I was a dancer. So I'm just really excited to see what Chris can do. I'm not sure if he'll win or not, and in a way I kind of hope he doesn't win, because he isn't the best dancer, but these things are always a popularity contest. And I suppose what I have found, or the inspiration I have taken from it, is his willingness to try new things and to be vulnerable and to just give it a go, you know. And I think trust the people around you. That's what's been amazing, is to watch his partnership with his professional partner, Diane. There's a message in here about disability and able-bodied people and harmony and working together and cooperation, and I just can't tie up all those knots. I won't say anything incriminating for a minute. I'm pouring my gravy.
The second you said don't say anything incriminating, I was like, what's the worst thing I could say? We could really embarrass him.
Okay, so I'm going to try this. What was it? Mulled wine?
Mulled
gammon.
wine, gammon, from Lidl.
From Lidl.
Recommended by the adverts on the Off Menu podcast.
Oh, wow. Oh, man, that is really good.
Oh, that is really good, isn't it?
This is like a full-on Christmas dinner. Well, we are having a curry for Christmas.
Yeah, it's true. And I won't get time to do a Christmas dinner at home. Unless we want to go like full figuratively.
No, thank you. I don't know if you can see him there on the telescope, but that's a great tit. Eee! And another one! And another one! There's 3 of them! There's 4 of them! Sagan has no idea what's happening. He's like, why don't you usually reserve those squeaky noises for me? Can you see this one in the bush up there? Did Woody leave you with me this morning? You're not very happy about the situation. Or are you going upstairs to bed? Yeah, fair enough. Ah, the sun's come out just in time. Welcome to Claude Tries Woodworking. You gonna trust me with your tools?
Yeah.
Woody's here.
You'll only lose a finger once. That's my attitude to woodworking.
Welcome to the at-home setup. And yes, for anybody who's wondering, this is why Woody is called Woody. We've quarantined Sagan safely.
Do you want me to talk you through it?
Yeah, okay.
So, you're going to put your bit of wood. You want it just touching the fence there.
Okay.
And then you're just going to pull it back just a little bit, like that.
From
So
the
there's a little
fence. Okay.
Because when you cross cut like this,
Yeah.
if you're tight on the fence and it pinches, you create a pressure point that shoots back.
Okay.
And people have had wood embedded in them by making that mistake. There's some horror stories on YouTube's. So you just want to
Okay.
a little gap.
Just a little gap.
We're only rough cutting for now, so we don't need to
Be that precise.
precise.
Okay.
You only want your blade to come just above the bit you're cutting.
So there's a handle down here that you're cranking.
So you want just like a little.
Okay, what am I feeling for?
So you want to feel that the blade tooth is just above. So if it was just below,
Oh, I see. Right, yeah.
it'll feel flush.
Yeah. So I need to feel it. And when you say just,
Yeah, just so the tooth just comes above.
we're
Because
talking millimetre just.
yeah,
Okay.
because if you are going to get a digit in the way, the least amount of digit in the way is better.
Filling me with confidence. Okay.
Right. So
Okay.
my advice is, if you can
Yeah.
avoid it, never have your hand in the yellow section.
Okay.
So I would have not really doing anything, just sort of one hand behind there, and with your left hand you just push.
So I push the metal thing.
You push that, and you just hold the timber on your fence.
Okay. Let me get a feel of it while it's not
Yeah.
being
Just
scary.
make sure you've got a.
So
I
I
can drop
scoot.
if I drop the blade all the way down. There you go.
So I scoot it in a little bit.
Yeah, and you want to make sure it's
Pinch that.
square on. This is quite tricky. I'll get you a
Bit
thicker
thin.
board. Yeah.
It's a bit thin and flimsy. Oh, a bit of sapili. That was sapili, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, you can feel it like nice and tight on there.
So I scoot it in from the whatever you called it,
On
fence,
the fence.
and I keep my hand like here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So just have that hand there, holding it tight,
Okay.
and you just want to support there.
Okay. I don't want anything to go near the blade.
And I think
Like that?
yeah, that's it. And I think you were a bit close to the fence at one point because the timber moved.
Okay. So I shift out even more.
Yeah. So you always want, because this is going to be square to the blade.
Okay.
You always want that.
Nice.
To be-
So I just have to make
Yeah.
not
and
do
also,
this.
Scarves are not good in the woodworking environment.
Fine.
I know.
We'll compromise on aesthetic for safety. So I squeeze like this.
Yep.
And I push.
Yep.
But I have to not do this.
Yep. Don't have your arm crossed there.
Okay. It's so close to the danger zone. Okay. So how far do I push? Do I have to go like
So
right
you
the way?
want to go past the riving knife. So that's there. So if you're cutting a sheet, if it bends, or if you're going a bit wonky, it's not going to bite on the blade and shoot it back at you.
Okay.
So-
So I need to like go full extension
You
of my
want to
arms.
go full past the
Okay.
knife,
Okay.
and then we'll just do a test with just the blade part way up.
Okay.
So it's not going to cut all the way through the wood.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes.
That's from my previous job where I didn't have dust extraction on it.
I was going to say, why is it shooting things at me?
I forgot about that.
It's
I
plastic.
cut some plastic on it on
It's
on Friday.
everywhere. I was all ready to go.
Get ready. When you're happy.
I think I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sometimes see people pull it back, but that's also an opportunity for it to get caught in the blade.
So if you weren't here to push the button for me, I would let go of this hand, and switch the button
yeah,
off?
and then yeah,
Okay,
which is the big red one.
the big red one. That's nice and reassuring. It's a really big red button. But look, I did it!
Nice clean cut.
I cut my first bit of wood. Well, not my first bit of wood. I did do DT at school, but we didn't have one of these. We had to do it by hand. Oh, okay.
Do you want to go all the way through a bit of wood?
Okay.
It's all practice.
Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Are you okay, baby? Are you okay? My darling. I'm so sorry. Look what they did to you. Oh.
This is like the camera getting revenge on that time that Sagan.
It just completely snapped off. So I have no idea if the sound is still recording or not. Stupid truck driving past and vibrating you. Oh, and I've got a fingerprint on your lens. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. So if the rest of Vlogmas is cancelled, you know what happened.
You were here first. Hi.
Exactly the same again?
Yes.
Does it matter which end I'm doing?
Yeah, you wanna, this bit's all horrible in this bit, so I wanna lose that.
So, is my blade
Your
too
blade's,
high?
no, your blade's good.
Okay. So,
You can go in a bit closer to the fence if you feel. That's it. Yeah.
and then I press the on button.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it! Look! I cut a bit of wood! I did that! I did that!
Do they know why you're cutting wood?
No, I haven't explained that yet. We're making Christmas presents, so it's top secret. Shh! Look at that. So satisfying. I did like some of them, two of those. So what do I do next?
Alright, so you've just been doing cross cuts.
Yes.
Get the lengths.
Yes.
And now we want to get the correct width. Keep stuff and stuff.
Is this how people feel when they first use a sewing machine? Like they're going to die at any second? There was a Sagan hair on your lens. Sorry.
Sewing is so much scary.
Sewing's more scary than this thing that could kill me. Okay.
Yeah?
No, I didn't take that in. Do it again.
Right. So you're re-pushing with this hand,
And,
you're
yeah.
down and across.
So I'd have that on that side.
Yeah, so-
and I'd push.
Well, the way I do it, now I've been doing it for a while, is I literally just have this hand pushing it into the fence and I just slide
With the.
into there, and then when it
Okay.
gets to the end of my hand, then I take it from behind,
Do you?
just because,
Sorry.
that's all right. You want both pieces of wood to go through the blade.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll show you this first one.
Yeah.
And you know I did it as 54 instead of 57.5.
Yeah.
It's because now I'm going to flip that bit over and then put it through again. Because they are now
Sawdust in the eye. Exactly the same.
exactly the same.
I see. So you have this bit left.
Yeah. Which you might even still be able to use. You're a bit close to the blade there to start, so
Okay.
you don't want to start under load.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, I'm ready.
The only reason I did that is because I was worried that your hand was going to stay there and there was
Yeah.
going to be no wood and you would move it across.
Yeah, instinctively.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So now I do take two.
Yeah,
This.
and you just take the edge off that one. And you can either go on your freshly cut edge or your factory edges.
Which do you recommend?
To be honest, it's so straight I wouldn't really worry. But if you had a slightly wonky bit of wood,
Okay.
then you can go with that face because it'll be a bit straighter.
Put that there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
Yep.
green button. I am sweating like a pig. So stressful. And like when the bits of sawdust fly up and hit me, I'm like, ah!
Did you go?
I did it.
You did it.
I did it. That explains that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
That was my Christmas present, mister, that you've commandeered for yourself.
He's so happy, look at his tail.
I know. It's not on, for anybody who's worried. It's an electric blanket, but it's not on.
They look cool, don't they?
They do look cool.
You gonna do the glue up?
Oh, I can do. Can I do that sat down?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm feeling lazy,
Okay.
so I'm gonna glue them both up at the same time.
Okay.
But I must remember,
Not to glue them to each other.
don't glue. You think we're happy with this order?
I think so. So what have we got in the middle?
That's purple heart,
Purple heart,
sapele,
sapele,
oak,
oak,
black walnut,
black walnut,
elm,
elm,
sapele,
sapele,
oak.
oak. Okay.
So this will go a beautiful
So
purple colour.
purple heart, sapele,
Yep,
oak,
yep,
black walnut, elm,
yep,
sapele,
yep.
oak.
Yep.
I'll try and remember that.
So I'm going to glue this edge.
Okay.
So everything will. So top, glue edge.
Okay.
Top, glue edge. Right, and then where did I put the glue?
On the stool behind you.
What's it?
You didn't turn this one over.
No, because
Deliberate?
this one will get glued up against there,
Okay.
so I don't need to glue both.
Okay.
So what I do
Yes.
is push a bit down the middle,
Yeah.
and then I use a really high-tech method
Yeah.
that I learned from Bourbon Moth,
Yeah.
using the meat brush.
Okay. Oh, I've got to touch the sticky stuff with my fingers.
It's not sticky, it's wet.
Oh.
But it's really satisfying to pull off your fingers.
Not in shot. Do it lower down. There you go. Thank you.
And then go on like that.
Okay. Do I have to line up the bottom edge?
That's what the clamp should do.
Okay.
Should we do this one?
Yeah, okay. I don't have as big a meat brushes as you.
It's not the size.
So do I have to completely cover it?
Yeah, if you go like a full length finger down it.
Yeah, I don't want to get a splinter.
You're right.
Full length finger down it, fine. Matter if I've got it.
No, smother it.
Okay.
A nice glue squeeze out.
Okay, so am
That's
do I need
Yeah,
to...
that goes in there.
I'm sorry it took me so long.
Right. It's kind of like interfacing.
Yeah.
I guess it's the most equivalent thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Gluing
suppose so.
things together.
Yeah, I suppose you can get like spray basting.
Mm.
Not that I ever use that. Oh, I've forgotten where this was there.
That's it. That one goes in there. Ooh,
Oh, whoops.
can't find the stuff.
Can't find the stuff. Can I squeeze the glue?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did I get it in your face?
That's right.
Oh, I actually have to squeeze it.
Yeah, just a little bit, doesn't need much. Another run. Yeah, that'll do.
Ooh, yay. Oh, sorry, got it on your hand.
It's alright. So did I.
Is that enough?
Yeah.
Just a bit too much.
I'd rather have too much than not enough. You can clean it up once it's gone off, but if there's not enough glue to see it through the washing process, then...
Okay.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Alright, so you put your clamp underneath there. That's it, on the first debris. Technical term. How strong are you feeling?
Not my strongest, but I'll give it a go. What do I have to do?
I was going to say if we...
Like tighten it?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is flip it upright.
Okay.
So I was asking if you're feeling strong. So we'll go.
Yeah, definitely not that strong. Oh wow, look at that! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's like we're torturing it on a medieval rack. People can't see the screws at the top, that's why I'm saying that. Squeeze its guts out. I suppose it could also sort of be like an apple press. I don't know why I went straight for medieval torture, but...
Because you're a dark human.
Yeah. It's my inner goth coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
When I was a child, I wanted to be a goth when I grew up. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that before, but it's a little bit of a joke. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that, yeah.
Then I just need to grab the indoor hammer.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I am also ready.
So I got it where that walnut was a bit broken. Just
Oh,
need
yeah.
to check that. Tap that. Tippity. Big flush.
You smother that glue in real good.
A lot of people would recommend a wet rag at this point, but it's too much.
Do you want to get me a... would you like me to get you a wet rag?
I think I'll be alright. I can always...
Oh, he's broken up. I'm sorry, Sagan. Did we disturb your nap? What do you think, Pooch? What do you think?
It's going to be quite pretty when it's
I
finished.
think it's going to be quite pretty. You made sure you haven't accidentally smeared glue.
Oh, smear glue across both of them. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
really think of that. So, it's going to be routed out anyway on the edges and everything. I can go there. Can you get big boy?
Oh. Eh? Clamp.
Give it some pressure in there. There we go.
And this is for all the people who appreciate this sort of thing.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
Wow. That was a good one.
Yeah.
We have a new addition to the Advent wreath. They gave us this when we took Sagan to get his toenails trimmed. That was nice of them. Oh.
Get it right.
Finally.
There's going to be a lot of sanding on this.
Oh.
Where is the break?
There.
There
Well
it is.
done.
Do you think I like them?
like them. I mean, if they don't like them, I'll have them back.
That's the easy bit.
What happens now?
Got to sand it all flat, clean off all the high bits. My thickness has died, so I can't even run it through there.
Oh no. Is Father Christmas going to have to bring you a new thicknesser?
That would be far too generous of him.
Okay. What do we do about that big knot?
I'm going to fill that with epoxy. So I'm going to put black epoxy in there with just a little bit of gold, I think, just to give it a sparkle.
Ooh, look at you. What's going to happen now?
I'm going to sand it down to get rid of all the glue in the high spots.
Okay.
Soften it. So we're going to start with 40 grit.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I like to do...
Yeah.
Get a bit then you'll sand off all the high spots before the low spots. When you hold it, it's got on off there, but you want to don't put too much pressure on it. Just let the sander do the work.
Okay.
And then, yeah, what you don't want is sound like it's struggling.
Okay.
So you do that?
So do I have to hold down the on button?
No, just switch on.
Just press once?
Yeah, so it's got on a rocker, so you push the right hand side of the switch.
And how am I holding it? Like that?
It's however you're most comfortable.
Okay.
So once you've erased the pencil, you move on to the next area.
Okay.
So with these bits here, because it's quite high, if you, before where you're doing it on the flat, if you just put it on
the angle?
On the angle just a bit, and then it's just a bit more abrasive.
You okay, darling, in there? Right. So. My hand got tired. Yeah, let me just do a close-up of my handiwork. So you can sort of see
nice.
where I've done it.
Colour started to come out.
And the glue here, I managed to get rid of most of it. I didn't do a very good job up there, but I think that's because it was like...
Well, I wouldn't worry too much up there because I'm going to cut that across there, so... First bit of leveling off done.
Nice. Oh, your hard work.
No. Well, I'm going to give it another sand with the 40. And I'm going to take the plane to it. I'm going to put more pencil marks in the higher spots. You ready for block planing?
I mean, I'm as ready as I'll ever be because I don't know what I'm getting myself into, so...
Well, it's a bit of personal preference.
Okay.
So when I was at college, you were taught to go from the edge.
Oh, on the bias?
And go across like that.
Okay.
What I like to do is I start at the back. If you think of wood grain, it's going sort of like that into weaving. It will tend to, as the tree grows, it will sort of like lap over like that in one particular way. So one bit will go like that, the next bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you run your plane going from left to right, your blade gets under there and pulls out a chunk.
Okay.
But if you go from right to left, it just sort of like shaves the top off and then sort of flattens it.
Okay. But how do I know which way it's lapping over?
Because where I've just played there, you can see that it's just taken out a tiny bit of wood.
Yeah.
So the grain on that purple heart goes the other way. Okay. So from there, hold on.
So all I'm doing is pushing it.
So yeah, you want your hand just on the back of the on the iron, and then just no pressure downwards, and just when I start, you'll feel it start to bite. And you just go very gently, and then once it starts to move more, you can start coming back, taking longer strokes.
Okay, so
I'll hold it there. Sorry. And all it's doing is just taking up the high spots of wood. So I'd start in front of it. That's it, and then work your way back to it. And if you want, you can always have half the plane off there because you got.
yes.
Yeah, that's it. And you just take a smaller amount off. Again, that's because the grain of the oak there is going the other way. So it's just lifting up those fibres.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I really
It's practice. It took me years to
I don't
get
think
it.
I'm holding this very well. So I start in front of the bit that I've just
Yeah.
butchered.
So the reason this is called a block plane is
Yeah.
because they were designed for butcher's blocks.
Oh,
so
okay.
by saying you butchered it, it's
Hey! I'm doing the right thing.
yeah.
How to sharpen a pencil. The joiner's way.
The other way you can do it.
Yeah. Oh,
If you're feeling particularly lazy. This gives you a nice fine point. In construction,
she's on.
right, and then just already brought a water bottle out and some paper. So we're going to do it with 120.
Okay.
We're going to dampen it,
Okay.
let it dry,
Okay.
and then do another 120. So by wetting the wood, the grain expands and the fibres lift up. So then when you sand it again, you just cut off those little fibres on the top that have lifted. And then
How clever.
and you wet it again if needed, and it will raise those loose fibres up again, and it just helps you get a nice smooth finish.
Delicious.
You can already feel how much better it is now though. Lovely.
I don't know if I've done a perfect job there. I
That's
can
right.
still see some bits of pencil.
Don't worry, because we're just about to give it another. First little sneak peek of the colour. Almost finished.
Look at that black walnut.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
Let's see where the chip out was with the plain blade.
It's alright, this is going to be the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. In a couple of minutes that will mostly suck in and evaporated off.
It's alright, you can blame me for that.
No.
So this one's just been sanded.
This is the first one that we put water on. You can feel the grains come up.
Oh my god, I can feel it!
It's rough,
It's
not
like-
smooth like that.
No!
It's like glass.
And that's like, it's almost like tacky.
Yeah.
Not tacky as in like, it's tacky and I hate you, but like sticky.
Yes. It's probably the saps in the wood that come up and the resins.
Oh my god, it's going to be so pretty though.
Yeah. So we give that another blast of the 120.
Okay.
Give that a feel. Compared to that glass-like
Oh,
one that you
wow.
just touched.
Oh wow! It's so nice.
cool, isn't it?
That's the dent from holding my teacup. Can you see how metallic the sapele is? It's absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it. It looks like metal, or at least resin.
Yeah, it works really nice next to the walnut as well, doesn't it? It's just a nice contrast in colours.
And there's the purple heart here, has a similar sort of shine, but it's not anywhere near as... Oh, I really hope that shows up for you.
So with purple heart, once it's exposed to sunlight and UV, it'll go this beautiful purple colour. But when you freshly trimmed it or planed it or sanded it, it goes dull.
Look at that pink bit. It's almost as pink as my fingertips. That's incredible. Don't know if you can see the difference in colour from where it's been planed. Next phase.
Just got to fill some of these little holes, black pigment,
Oh, okay.
and what the Americans call CA glue. I've never actually pigmented this glue before, so I don't know how it's going to work. I've lost my pre-coloured CA glue. So just a little.
Does that mean I'm going to have to do more sanding?
Yes.
Oh, bloody hell.
You love sanding.
Love is a strong word.
I'll bear that in mind.
Exactly.
Well,
How can I compare my feelings towards woodwork to my feelings towards you, dear?
You don't have to sound quite so sarcastic.
I was going to say, do you think I got away with that one? So we have this big knot here.
So we're going to fill that. I'm going to do it with resin this time because that one did not go well.
And there. So yeah, the glue, we're not sure, worked.
So if you mix this glue with baking soda, it has this, makes it go hard. It's basically
okay.
what that spray does.
Oh,
so
that was
good.
very rude.
What I may have done was basically just
Sorry.
done the same thing and just put low powdered activator in showered craft resin. Best resin you can get in the UK.
Best resin you can get in the UK, according to Woody. The extractor fan's on. That's what that noise is. So yeah, we're gonna work on these bits. Morning. It's 11:15 and we are just about to set off to go to London to see Guys and Dolls today. So I'm really excited. It's my first time going to... Technically the bridge isn't really the West End, but it is my first time going to London to the theatre since I had COVID. I'm actually quite nervous about it. I've been to the theatre lots of other times locally and closer, so I should be fine. It's just such a massive day out, and of course I've been to concerts in London. But Woody is coming to pick me up. We are driving with some friends up to London just because it is just infinitely cheaper, and it gives me... And firstly, it's a lot easier with the wheelchair as well because London is so inaccessible, but it also just gives me peace of mind that, like, if I need to go and lie down, I just go and lie down on the back seat of the car. We'll see. It's going to be a big day. Doing my vagus nerve stimulation in the hope that it will help. I've been taking it easy this morning. Wish me luck. Welcome to London. Hello. Hello. Say hello, Sagan.
Woof.
Sagan over here.
He's also back there. Yeah, well done. Excellent. Woody's here as well.
Hi.
So we are parked up somewhere in an undisclosed location in London. Blue badge is out. Hey. So we're going to go and find this theatre and hopefully enjoy Guys and Dolls. Woody and Sagan are not
Going for a
coming.
walk, yeah.
They're going for a walk.
We're going to South Bank.
Yeah.
Posh dogs.
Yeah. Posh dogs, new smells, city life for this country boy. Let's see.
Country boy.
Yeah. I probably won't be able to take this camera in, I've just realised, to the theatre because they'll probably poach it and think I'm trying to film the show. So we might.
That was
have
your
to...
intention, though, wasn't it?
He's not serious. So well, you're going to have to stay here, but we'll come back and we'll do a review afterwards.
Sounds like a
Yeah. Sounds okay. This is Emily and Sophie, by the way. If you don't want your name in it, I'll cut that bit out.
That's alright.
See you soon.
Vetty and Speechy.
Which makes me what? Zoe?
Zoe,
Nitty?
yeah.
Nitty?
Nitty.
Nitty.
Nitty gritty.
Yeah. Oh no. Crafty. Crafty. Yeah, I'll be crafty. How's that?
I'm recording. I'm doing it. I'm vlogging.
Oh, sorry.
I'm doing my job.
Sorry.
What do you think of London so far, Sagan? Too many people.
I apologise.
Light in there.
You are very red.
I apologise for the being lit by the brake lights of the car in front of us. But we're on our way home now, and Woody has reminded me that I need to vlog about what we thought about Guys and Dolls at the Bridge. So it was because it was in the round, which I'd never seen a musical done like that before. I've seen plays done like that, and it was promenade on the floor, so the audience had to stand up and walk. You know, they were literally being directed by stage crew dressed as policemen, like, this way please, you know, move, 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 which was quite fun, but I did also find it kind of distracting every now and again, because they would come on and start directing people before the scene had finished. So she'd be halfway through, like, a really emotional ballady song, and suddenly a bloke would start be like, move, 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 you know, before the song has ended. But yeah, I liked the costumes.
High praise.
Yeah, that is high praise from me. Emily knows. But we also had a lot of understudies, so I always feel like that changes the dynamic. When it's somebody who doesn't usually do it and it's their chance, they're like, yeah, I'm on, got to do it, got to prove myself. So to say it was a matinee, I thought it was very energetic.
Very good.
Yeah. I'm going to stop talking now because I'm tired. And we have a long drive home. But Sagan has also had a good day. Where's Sagan? Can he sleep? He's asleep. Hey, puppy. Oh, did I wake you up? Sorry. Go back to sleep. It's okay. It's okay.
I don't think London would be on his list to
Yeah.
come back to.
He's not a city dog.
He's not a city dog.
Oh, that went well.
Right, we need look at how low down my advent candle is.
We're almost there.
We're almost there. So Sunday, so that you know what that means. Do the other ones. 1, 2, 3, und 4. Sandpaper in the background, yeah, all the supplements.
And glue.
And glue. And the bottle of Chanel, adding a touch of class to the proceedings.
I've noticed it's been in every
Yeah, I
every
know.
outro.
Well, it's been there as long as I've known you.
Well, I've not finished the bottle upstairs yet, so.
Is that why?
Yeah.
But anyway.
That's my
yes.
emergency. I forgot to do it when I was upstairs bottle.
Like my emergency downstairs toothbrush.
Exactly.
Good morning. It still is morning. It's the 22nd today, and we are having a very gentle day, aren't we, darling?
Very gentle.
Do you want to go and get breakfast? Yeah. He's trapped in the living room because I'm filming here. Bye. We're having a very gentle day because we were in London yesterday at the theatre, which was very exciting. Sagan is still in bed, bless him. He slept all night beside me, cuddling me, head here, arms over me. Oh, very sweet. But yeah, he was a little bit, it was a lot for him, and that was partly deliberate because we live very rurally. There's not a lot of people, so it was sort of getting him used to it and bit of training.
It's getting him used to crowds.
Yeah. He did really well though. He was a
Yeah.
bit nervous.
Yeah, the bottlenecks because the Christmas markets didn't help.
Yeah. So, because we were at the Bridge Theatre, which is on the South Bank, so Woody and Sagan went for a nice long walk along the South Bank, but there's loads of craft markets, inverted commas, yeah. But yes, so while they were walking along the South Bank, me and my mates, who, oh, you will have seen this yesterday, we, I haven't edited it yet, that's why I'm a bit confused. We went to see Guys and Dolls at the Bridge Theatre, so that is my first time going to London to the theatre, to the West End, since before I had COVID and before the pandemic, since 2019. So after I had COVID, I went to the theatre with my mum for her birthday and I collapsed and had to be taken out in an ambulance, and that's when I ended up in hospital for 3 days. And I have struggled to go back to the theatre because it was, I mean, it was traumatic for my mum, but it was very upsetting for me, and I've had a lot of difficult emotions around it ever since. So I've been to regional theatres and I've been to amateur performances, and I've sort of built up my confidence, but this is my first time going up to London. But of course the West End is not very accessible, so there are lots of West End theatres that are very old and are listed buildings and all of that, and their status as listed buildings disqualifies them from having to make access adjustments, which I do not agree with. There are some West End theatres, like where the one where Six is, I think it's the Vaudeville, they don't even have a disabled toilet. So if you want to go to the loo, you have to go out of the theatre and walk down the street to the next door theatre where they do have a disabled toilet and things. So I feel very passionately about accessibility in the West End. I think it's absolutely outrageous that they get away with it. If you don't know, most West End theatres are owned by either Cameron Mackintosh or Andrew Lloyd Webber and their respective companies, or this group called NIMAX, or the ATG group. So they're independent landlords, basically. The shows don't own the theatres, the shows are tenants. So yeah, it absolutely boils my blood. But the bridge is a modern building. It's on the South Bank. And so they had things like a lift, which is genuinely surprising because that just doesn't exist in a lot of theatres. So it was a really pleasant and accessible experience to go in Geo, level access. The access hosts were great. The view from like the disabled platform was brilliant, because sometimes you're like stuck at the back behind everybody else. I've had it a couple of times where like you're just by the sound desk, basically, is the only space for you. I've been in a box, so you get like you can't see half the stage. But no, the bridge was brilliant, and it was really exciting because well, there are two aspects of this. So the Bridge Theatre is in the Round, and for their production of Guys and Dolls, which we went to see, they have the flat of the stage. They had all these hydraulic platforms that lift up, but also they did it promenade style, so there was audience members on stage the entire time moving around, and they could interact with the actors, and they were getting people up on stage for little bits and things. However, a lot of people don't realise that if you're a bit hot and a bit dehydrated and you've been standing up for a long time, you're prone to fainting. So not one, not two, not three, but 4 people collapsed in this performance. We had a show stop so that they could get medical attention. They were all okay, I'm told. And it was just a case of they'd been standing up too long and they hadn't drunk enough. And anybody who experiences orthostatic intolerance like I do, you will know exactly the phenomenon I'm describing, but I suppose most able-bodied people don't realise that that's a thing that can happen to them. Yeah, so of all the things, my first trip to the West End after having collapsed at the theatre and being really nervous about going again because of all my health issues, 4 people collapsed. I mean, I was alright because I was in Geo, but it was a little bit where I was like, oh no, oh, and another one, okay, oh great. I mean, it seems like it happens a lot. The staff handled it really well, the cast handled it fine, so it didn't detract from our enjoyment, or it didn't detract from my enjoyment, but part of me is really proud of myself for going and facing that, and for that to happen, and for me to sort of be okay and sort of be laughing it off with my friends, and like they were sort of standing in my field of vision so that I couldn't see what was going on and things, which was really sweet of them. And yeah, they took great care of me, and so yeah, we managed, we enjoyed the show, it was great. And I'm thrilled that I now know I can go to the bridge if I want to. It's not that difficult to get to. Don't think I'll be going by public transport though. We did have to drive because inaccessible public transport in London is a whole nother topic, which I won't get into, but and cost, yes. We just looked it up. We think it would have cost us, for the 4 of us to go, it would have cost 150 quid for the train. Was that right? More like 120 maybe. We think it was
About £35 each.
£35 each, and we went.
Hello, Jess.
Oh, somebody woken up.
Hello.
Has somebody woken up? You come to say hello? This is the result of the resin. Woody did the sanding this morning without me because of the resin dust not being good for you, so didn't have enough PPE for both of us. But you can see, doesn't it look pretty? And doesn't it blend in with the wood well?
It'll look much better once the oil's on top of it. It's sort of buffed out a bit more.
Oh, brilliant. And our experiment with the glue,
Despite being dangerous.
yeah, we didn't realise.
I looked at it afterwards and I put too much powder in, which caused the glue to heat up.
To heat up and like
Harden,
solidify
yeah,
really
really
much too quickly. So don't do that. But yeah, I mean, it looks okay. So yes, we got to oil them up, hence the bin bag. So again, appropriate PPE. I'm on camera duty. Just sleepy boy. We'll forgive him.
Yeah. Gone lunchtime and he's still asleep.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, you're just going to massage it in?
Yeah.
Look at that. And yes, I know, we're cutting it a bit fine with finishing our Christmas presents.
Yes.
Nothing makes neurodivergent people get shit done like a deadline.
I think last year, all of the gifts I made were still oily. And because I used brown wrapping paper, it looked like a packet of fish and chips.
Oh. But look at the colours of our wood.
Oh, that's come out way better than I was hoping. So this I'm going to leave for a few hours just to soak in.
Because it's really oily.
Oh yeah.
I'm being trusted. Am I?
Stick a glove on you. Yeah, you only really need your right hand.
Ow. For this, I only need my right hand. So what I just...
So I'm just going to cover it in oil. You literally just massage it in. And we deliberately use more so that the oil penetrates deeper into the grain of the wood.
Okay.
And by leaving it to soak.
Ooh. Oh.
Because the chopping boards, that's when they break, is when they dry out. So it's sort of...
Like your one.
Yes. So it's like you should really wax them or oil them every month or so, depending on how often
How
you use
often
them.
you're washing them and using them.
Yeah. So ironically, the water dries them out.
I mean, the sapele on this one, that bit there, it's just so
Gorgeous, isn't it?
gorgeous. Yeah.
It's definitely one of my favourite woods, really.
Have I done a good job?
Done a beautiful job.
I know how to rub a board. So this is tonight's dinner. Slow cooked pheasant stew, is it?
Yes.
I wanted to make myself a tea. I realised that I haven't shown you my progress on my Christmas jumper project. So I have finished the front. So it's looking very nusk-knackery. I haven't blocked the front yet, but you can see my intarsia stripes there. Very pleased with that. And I have made a start on one sleeve, and I am halfway through the third of 4, I think it is, bands. Are you going to be in the video, Sagan? No?
Come on, lay down with me.
We're all of us absolutely ruined. We tried to go out earlier. Well, I tried to go out earlier Woody managed to go out with Sagan for a little walk.
Oh, it was a tiny walk.
Tiny walk. And I did some last minute Christmas shopping, which it was very busy. Obviously a lot of people out doing their Christmas shopping, because as my mum always says, you've got to check the dates, because at this time of year they put really short dates on everything. So you buy all your things for Christmas and it turns out the week before and it's only got 4 days on it, and it's gone off by the 23rd. So Christmas dinner's ruined. So lots of last minute shoppers out and about. But that's part of the fun of Christmas, isn't it? Elbowing people out of the way to get a turkey. Yeah, so I've been catching up on Vlogmas. Woody's been sat here gaming. Oh, yes. And of course, this morning we were finishing oiling our presents, which lots of people have guessed correctly are cutting boards, but hopefully it will still be a surprise for the people getting them if they've seen this. So they're sat here soaking in the oil on a bin bag, very festive.
I haven't told you about my Christmas story yet. I had to wrap everyone's. I've just got back off tour.
No. Is this suitable for the internet?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just got back off tour. I managed to pick up some bits on the way back home, but forgot to pick out wrapping paper. And on Christmas morning, I had to resort to plastic bags for my family because I just completely forgotten to get any wrapping paper, and there wasn't enough for for me to use.
So you just put everything in bin bags?
Yeah, essentially, or shopping bags. And
Festive.
I had fluorescent gaffer tape because I didn't have any sellotape. So everything was wrapped in fluorescent tape and plastic bags.
Also, I'm loving the shot of you
What crashed?
haloed in the background by all your tools that are in the house. Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
It's my Christmas tree tool tree.
Who needs a Christmas tree when you can just have a table saw and DeWalt boxes?
It's only because the car died.
I know. Poor Woody's car has gone kaput for Christmas. So yeah, this is our very festive backdrop. I have at least managed to take down all the Halloween decorations.
Oh yeah.
Finally. I took down all the bats that had been hanging off that lamp for over a month. Eh? I've been catching up on Vlogmases. I don't know if I can watch any more or if I'll get any more knitting done. I've no idea what this video is going to be like. And I've forgotten about tea lights. So Mum, if you're watching this, please bring tea lights on Christmas Eve. I'll also text you. This probably isn't the most efficient communication.
Should definitely remember.
Yeah, everybody remind my mum in the comments. Bring tea lights for the spinner. I wanted to watch The Muppets Christmas Carol, which, as everybody knows, is the greatest Christmas film of all time. But Woody's not in the mood.
I'm in the mood for a film. I've only got energy for one film, and we're doing a Shrek marathon, aren't we?
Yeah,
So-
we are currently doing a Shrek marathon. Shrek was the first DVD I owned, and so I'd watched it like, oh my god, probably 50 times. And so, like a few months ago, I was really in the mood to just watch it again, and I couldn't find it on any streaming service, and of course, because it's Christmas, they're all on Amazon. Yeah. So, finally been able to scratch my Shrek itch. So we're watching all of them because I'd seen the second, but I haven't seen the third, or there's a fourth as well.
I think there's a fourth, and there's Puss in Boots.
And
as
there's
well.
Puss in Boots. So we're making our way through them.
Like real adults.
Like the 30-year-olds we are. We're having a Shrek marathon. Can it get more millennial? Actually, it came out in 2001, so I don't know. It's probably...
I'd say it's millennial era. I mean, it's not itself millennial, is
Yeah.
it? It's our generations. So I'd say
I don't know,
Toy
the Gen Zers love it as well, don't they? There's always loads of Shrek memes going around online.
Oh, but it's timeless, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. Classic.
Another class war.
Cinematic masterpiece. But I will have to wait to watch The Muppets Christmas Carol.
After the pheasant. It's...
I thought
Oh,
we were
no,
watching
not
Shrek.
sorry. It's like that last night and I've got the musicals wrong in my head.
Yeah. What did you say?
You were talking about Greece and in my head I was thinking
yeah.
about...
Mamma Mia.
I was like, why is this shit? What?
And I need to find some batteries that are actually not
Just
dead.
noticed my feet are in your shorts.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're going to be on Footopedia. Yeah, I need to get some batteries, more batteries in my Christmas tree so it twinkles.
Is it gone again?
Yeah.
Or I could take it apart and wire an adapter into it.
Well, it's got a hole for an adapter, but I don't know what sort of adapter it is. This is dull. You don't need to watch this. How broken is this man? What have I done to him? He just picked up the tree to look at the bottom and all the decorations fell off it and I went, mind the decorations, and he put it down on his freshly oiled cutting board.
I'm not in a good way, darling.
You
I'm tired.
It's 5:30.
I had a busy day.
Busy day. Oh no.
I think that's right. Okay, let's try this again, shall we?
Try it again.
I don't think I have a 5.
You
No,
mean
I do have one.
you do have one?
Well, I've got a USB charger and I can just strip it off and put a barrel on the end.
Those words didn't mean anything to me, but I trust him. Just want my Christmas tree to twinkle. Here he is, making an adapter for my tree, which is also battery operated. Do you see that there? Right next to the tree, not the chocolate coins. All those batteries that could go in the tree, but instead
That's very wasteful.
he's making an adapter. I agree, it is very wasteful.
They're not the best for the environment, old
No, they're not.
batteries. Good thing I just have random stuff everywhere, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's what kind of why I'm laughing. All those wires, all those little bits that he's been hoarding. They finally had their moment.
It eventually comes round.
I mean, I can't laugh because I'm the same with like fabric and lengths of elastic this long. I'm like, could be really handy one day, that tiny wee little bit of elastic. Okay.
Wired that way around. Yes.
Yay! I mean, to be fair, that really didn't take long.
No.
Probably.
And I remembered where the bits were, which is very unlike me.
I mean, Look at smashing it out of the park, remembering things,
Never happened.
wiring up my Christmas tree. And he's even tidying up. Look at that. Anyway, Christmas magic is restored. Yay! My Christmas tree is twinkling again. Light the candle. I'm recording, don't worry.
Oh, you are?
Got to do the gravy pour. Oh, it's not your thickest.
No, well, there's quite a lot of sauce came off of it.
Oh, okay. I'm sure it tastes delicious.
Well, it's red wine and sherry, so hopefully.
And this is my repurposed Halloween candle. You have outdone yourself, Woody.
The way it just fell off the bone as well.
And for anybody wondering, we got these from the local butcher. These weren't given to us, we paid for them.
Yeah.
So,
Sagan's not been working.
no. After his gun phobia, we've given him a break. But, yeah. and it was £3 a pheasant, and we got 2 pheasants, and like Woody slow cooked them, and there is so much meat, so we'll be eating pheasant for days. We'll have to do pheasant curry.
I mean, I probably could do with what's left. I might do that as an option.
It's tradition in my family that we have a curry on Christmas Eve. So we're going to pull the wishbone and make a Christmas wish. You ready?
I'm ready. Christmas wish, or is it?
We're not in shot. Hang on. There we are. You ready? Let me check we're in frame. This way a little bit. 3, 2, 1. Make a wish! I won! Yay!
Oh. That's alright, you're not going to end up with 50,000 visitors in your bed.
Is that what you wished for?
No.
Good afternoon. Oh, look at that fringe. It is the 23rd today, which means it is Vlogmas day 24. I think I got a bit confused with my numbering at some point in the middle. But it's the 23rd. So this is going to be the last day of Vlogmas. Whoop whoop. It's Christmas. I didn't sleep well. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. And I've got work to do, and we're going to see family. And it's just one of those things about being chronically ill. Your disability doesn't care that it's Christmas. So I'm trying to take it easy. I've got comfy clothes on. I'm probably going to go... Oh, I'm going to sneeze. We're probably going to have a slightly shorter trip than we expected. And if it comes to the evening and I'm just not up to it and I've run out of energy by that time... Oi, I'm here. Yes, portrait mode, thank you. Then Woody will have to go on his own. Represent us. I think there were some questions I needed to answer. Oh yeah, some people mentioned on the last one. Oh look, there he is. That they didn't know that Woody was out of witness protection. Thank you to Ollie for that joke. It was hilarious. Yeah, he decided that he was fine with it. I think Vlogmas sort of was like...
It's a lot of work for you, wasn't it, to try and blur me out all the time?
Yeah, I was having to sort of keyframe the witness protection, and the more he was in it, he was like, do you know what, I think it's fine. So we still call him Woody, which is not his real name. And I doubt going forward he will like be a regular feature in Retro Claude videos. He might pop up occasionally, or I might mention him. But I don't think you'll be a star of the show, if that's okay with you.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want to see my sewing on knitting, so...
I mean, we'll feature Sagan because he's handsome. Woody is also handsome, but dug myself a hole I can't get out of. Anyway, yes, so that's why Woody is no longer out of witness protection. Don't get used to it, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
I'll be blurred back up again.
Yeah, I'm so tired, man. But thank you. What I wanted to say was thank you for joining us here, this Vlogmas. I've had a lot of fun doing it. I had a little bit of a crisis in the middle, but that was not really to do with Vlogmas, that was to do with me. It's been really useful for me in terms of being real with myself about what I can achieve. And that, like, it doesn't have to be perfect and... Oh God, oh well, when I wanted to say profound things, why did I pick a day where I've had 4 hours sleep? Yay. Thank you for being here. I don't know if we'll take you along for our day, depends. Probably don't want to come and sit at a family gathering with me.
Especially if you're asleep on the sofa.
Yeah, especially if I'm asleep on the sofa. So if I don't see you again after this, I hope you've had a nice festive season. I hope your celebrations have been restful and fulfilling and not too draining, whatever you're celebrating this December. I think I'm going to try and do my not New Year's Eve live stream again this year. I skipped it last year because I was too ill, but I would like to try and do it again. So if you are about on the 30th, not the 31st, the 30th of December, I'll be live streaming. I don't know what time yet. Who knows? But I usually do it. The reason I do it on the 30th and not the 31st is so that if you are unable to make it because of time zone differences, you can then just put it on. If you're at home on your own, resting or whatever, when everybody else is out on New Year's Eve. I know, Sagan, that's a sad thing to happen, isn't it? You can at least hang out with me when and if you feel up to it, so there's less pressure, because live streaming, you know, that's the nature of going live. Oh, I don't know. Oh God, my head hurts. I'm going to crack on with yesterday's video. I don't know how much I've got to show you. I think we had a domestic in the middle of it as well, didn't we, yesterday? About the twinkling tree.
That was hardly a domestic. I just was a bit clumsy.
Oh, I am joking. Right, bye. This is to go with our chopping boards. It's board butter. I noticed somebody commented actually about this, but yeah, Woody made some.
I made that in the summer though.
Made that in the summer, so.
I like to oil the boards first and then put the butter on for maintenance.
There you go, he likes to oil them first and the butter is for maintenance. But this is going in with the Christmas gifts and we're about to wrap them up. Let me tell you, it's only the 23rd, but I am in full-on Christmas mode. I think because I'm not feeling 100% due to lack of sleep. Fun. But like, I don't give a shit. I had chocolate and mince pies for breakfast. And I have edited the vlog that needs to go up for today, so day 23. That is done. It is going up. It is not my finest work by any means. It is just me and Woody chatting shit all day yesterday because we were so tired. Yeah, so I am like done. I think I am going to try and catch up with some Vlogmases, but I'm also tempted. Woody has taken Sagan for a walk. Did I say Sagan's taken Woody for a walk? I can't tell. I think I might watch some of the Christmas films that I've never seen. Like, I've never seen White Christmas, and as a musicals girl, like as a vintage girl, I mean, what am I doing? I'm slacking. I've also never seen It's a Wonderful Life, but I think Woody might want to watch that one with me. Anyway, obviously I've still got to watch Muppets Christmas Carol, but for me, I think, I don't know whether it's cultural or what, but for me Christmas is like, that's the sort of stuff you don't do in the lead up to Christmas. Christmas happens, and that's like the start of the break, and that's when you do all those things. So I hope they'll still be up there on these streaming services. Oh God, what am I even saying? Who gives a shit? I'm gonna watch Vlogmas for now, and maybe I'll watch a musical. I'm sat here by the light of my snowflake. Yes, I'm all dolled up. I did some Christmassy inspired sort of makeup, red and green. It's very subtle, but I've got to put my lipstick on still. I've got my Christmas earrings in. So, hello Sagan. Hello. Yeah, we're about to head off to see Woody's family. So, oh, that's my blood pressure monitor, mister. Are you coming up? Yeah, I thought you might be. You've got to say goodbye. You've got to say goodbye to Vlogmas. Oh, there's my chin that I've just put makeup on. Does it taste salty? He's hungry, but we're about to leave, so he'll have to wait.
He's also eaten.
He's also eaten. So I'm getting to the point in the fringe where it's starting to part, but it doesn't part evenly because I have a widow's peak, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But
You're going to let me have a go.
still needs a trim. Yeah, I was going to let Woody have a go.
I think that would be the end of our relationship.
Yeah. I'll pay someone to do it. Who knows what they're doing? Quite like going out with you.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a shame if that was...
Yeah, if that were the reason why we're all to come crumbling down. But yes, we're going to head off. So, feeling a bit more myself. I had a lovely afternoon. I just sat and knit and watched White Christmas, which I've never seen, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I don't think Woody enjoyed it quite as much.
It was alright. It was of its time though, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry of his time. The bit with the minstrel show, they like did a number about, oh, I love a minstrel show.
It's very appropriate.
Okay. But I mean, it's Edith Head costumes, absolutely gorgeous. But the dancing is amazing. The dancing is just... So yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas from me and the Woodster. If you're celebrating. And I will see you hopefully on the 30th for the Retro Claude, not New Year's Eve live stream.
We can have a party.
Yeah, you, me and the Retro Claude viewers. And if you're not celebrating, I hope that you are at least resting. Because as we know, rest is important, pacing is important. Hope you've enjoyed a little insight into my...
chaotic life.
Yeah. We're all just muddling through, aren't we?
Yeah, we just figure it out as it goes on, don't we?
So yeah. Happy Christmas. Frohen Weihnachten.
Ciao.
Ciao.